Roll call, please.
Councilmember Kim.
Here.
Councilmember Ranagi.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Here.
Mayor Orgill.
Here. I'll ask Mayor Pro Tem to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, a nation under God, and indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Closed session announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the items listed on the agenda. All council members were present, including Councilmember Whalen, who was present via remote telephonic appearance. There is no reportable action on any of the items listed. I will note that items 2A and B, which are real property negotiations, the City Council ran out of time, and so those will be continued to the September meeting.
Thank you. City Manager, any additions or deletions?
There's just one presentation we're not going to do tonight, and that is out of respect to the person who drowned at Crescent Bay last night and that individual's family. We were going to honor another person who had saved someone, but obviously the timing of that is really challenging. So we'll have another evening to recognize the person who had saved someone.
Thank you.
Again, our best wishes go to that individual and his family.
Certainly. Okay, we'll move on to presentations.
Mayor, do you want to first allow Councilmember Whalen to give his announcement?
Sure. Councilmember Wayland.
Yeah, the city attorney will tell me if I've got this right, but the agenda's been posted at this location for more than 24 hours, and there's no one with me in the room.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Whalen, if someone shows up, will you just let us know? Otherwise, we'll assume no one's there for the rest of the evening.
I will do that.
Thank you, Bob. We'll move on to a proclamation declaring September 26th as Hunger Action Month in Laguna Beach. Tonight, we have a proclamation recognizing the month of September 2026 as Hunger Action Month in the city of Laguna Beach. Hunger Action Month is a nationwide campaign that unites food banks, communities, and individuals in taking action against hunger and raising awareness about food insecurities across the country. Hunger affects more than 1 in 5 Californians, and in Orange County, over 387,000 individuals, including over 112,000 children, are food insecure. In just the first half of this year, Second Harvest Food Bank and the Orange County Food Bank recorded an average of over 810 monthly food distribution visits and distributed more than 72 million pounds of food. Organizations like Abound Food Care are also making a difference by recovering over 25 million pounds of excess edible food annually, reducing waste and feeding those in need. Meals on Wheels Orange County prepared and delivered 1,272,026 meals in 2025, providing older adults and vulnerable neighbors with vital nutrition, compassionate support, and services promoting health, independence, and dignity. At this time, I'd like to invite Anya Belia from the Laguna Food Pantry to share a few words and join me for the proclamation.
I don't know if I see Ann here.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, I'll make sure it gets to her.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have a presentation from the Laguna Beach Historical Society.
Good evening, honorable council staff and our town citizens. You know, on the tail of our last program, which ended at the entrance of our new promenade, a thought occurred that it would be a good idea to poke around town and see what things looked like through the eyes of Joseph Kleitch, who was one of the 2 artists featured in the previous 2 programs. Next. More than all the rest of our artists in town, he is the one artist who painted by far the largest number of canvases in the immediate downtown area, as seen in this map. And you can see in that inset, inside that black circle, there are about 16 paintings painted in the immediate downtown area. Next. The map itself was developed for the Irvine Museum's fabulous book, Joseph Kleitsch, A Kaleidoscope of Color, which was published about 10 years ago. Next. So let's start by walking down Ocean Avenue. As we approach Main Beach, here's what the whirlwind of activity looked like in between the passageway that may have been between the ballroom and the bathhouse around 1929 and 1930. This is a pretty rare plein air painting for Laguna because it has so many people in it. Many of our plein air artists didn't feature people in their landscapes. In this particular case, the painting almost looks like it's the scene out of Casbah. Just if you have a time to study it a little bit, see how scantily clothed many of the people are. One person on the left is in a toga almost. It was more of a bohemian looking thing, which I think probably somewhat distinguished us from what things were like on Balboa Peninsula, but who knows. Next. And then from that spot, we step out onto the sand and we have Kleitsch's view that widens to show us a Sunday in Laguna Beach in 1929 on an overcast day. I'm going to leave these on just a little bit longer so people actually have time to see the paintings. Next. And then as we walk up the beach to the foot of today's Broadway, we step back in time even further to 1923 to see that there is no Broadway. There's a creek, Laguna Creek, flowing into the ocean, with the backs of the buildings on Ocean Avenue on the right side of the canvas. See a little wooden footbridge about in the middle of the canvas. In those days, as was typical all up and down the coast of California, whenever there was an original ranch or wagon road, they had to swing way far inland to cross the creek because the creeks were narrow, usually narrower, and then come back out. That was the case in Laguna Canyon, Aliso Canyon, even in Big Sur. Next. Then where we're going to go is drift a bit up coast and then come back and circle around the backside of downtown and saunter on down as far as Three Arch Bay and then circle back up the beach to get to the heart of downtown in the next program, part 2. Here we see Kleitsch's view of Laguna coastline in 1921. The arroyo in the foreground, everybody, you'll get a kick out of this, is Boat Canyon, where the Riddle Field and the Pavilions Market are currently sitting, right at the bottom of the painting. The houses in the foreground are still standing and beautifully restored. And the large eucalyptus grove in the center of the canvas is where Laguna Art Museum and Victor Hugo's /Las Brisas are located today, the same spot from which the old Laguna Pier jutted out onto Bird Rock. Next. And this is the painting that helped Laguna become the only city in the entire United States to be declared a National Historic Landscape by the National Park Service, and it's easy to see why. And the book on that subject is the inset on the right, available at bookstores in town and the Art Museum. Next. Okay, here we're looking through one of the arches in Three Arch Bay's Whale Island. This title is a bit of a misnomer because we know that the place called Arch Beach was the separate unincorporated community situated between Calliope Street and Victoria Beach with its own post office. I was given the art detective assignment to straighten out which arch was which because one of Kleitsch's other paintings had a very similar title. Next. And then we start working our way back towards town. For this peak, looking down on Aliso Beach and Camel Point, when we see the new 1926 highway just paved with one lane in either direction. You can see the early houses on Camel Point Drive on the bluff to the right. And the big White House out on the tip of Camel Point is not today what we would call the location of the Gucci mansion. That White House that you see was actually out at the far end of Camel Point Drive. And it was owned by my first neighbors in Laguna who lived at Carmelita and Calliope, bought that house and moved to it. It was Jim and Ann Campbell. Jim was an inventor and happened to own the patent for the electric coffee percolator, which was still a relevant household device in those days. Next. And almost anywhere along the way up the coast, as far as Sleepy Hollow, the scene could have looked like this. Modest cottages perched along the bluffs amidst towering eucalyptus that provided shade. And speaking of shade, parenthetically, when the Sisters of St. Joseph took over South Coast Medical Center from the Adventists, some of us may recall that the hospital conducted a systematic survey of family health, interviewing 419 households randomly throughout town. Now, what was by far statistically the most prevalent medical condition? Skin cancer. It's a no-brainer, right? That's where the need for shade comes in. And that will be the end of part one, and we'll have 2 more parts on Joseph Kleitch in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. It's definitely the highlight of our council meetings. And I'd like to remind everybody that this tradition was the idea of Alex Renagi while he was mayor, and greatly appreciated. Thanks for starting this, Alex. We'll move on to public comments. Are there any public comments this evening?
Hello. Ooh. My name is Pamela Tarzian Broadman. I know a lot of you up here on the stage. First of all, before I say what I'm going to say, I want to just say I appreciate your work. I appreciate your dedication to this job. My son was a city councilman for years up in Oregon. It's hard work, and I totally get it. And I just wanted to give you that accommodation. I appreciate your dedication. I appreciate your hard work. I want to express, and I know this has changed somewhat in the last couple days, but I still want to express my concern and my disappointment about the placement of the sculpture on the promenade. As I'm a local resident, and my father has some pieces in art and public places in town, and I think Mark knew my dad. I'm not really a disgruntled person. I'm not a disgruntled constituent. I just want things to be clearer and more open to us, so we know what's going on. I'm extremely disappointed that sculpture was purchased from Utah, from another state, from another city. We have so many, and I know them personally, we have so many good sculptors right here in town. I realize we have sculpture from other parts and other people, like this one, where are we? Right here. I understand that. But to me, this is different, in my opinion. This is our promenade, and this is our social meeting area. Instead of social media, we are going to meet here. This is going to be our place, and our community is going to meet and have drinks and have food and walk around and shop and enjoy the evening and the day. From what I understand, it didn't go through the process that my dad's had always gone through, because it was 30 seconds. Oh, 30 seconds. Because it was a water feature. So I understand that. I just think that the reasoning behind it we need more input. I would like for you to kind of picture a peaceful sculpture in that area. A lot of people are calling this Thorns Through Our Heart, this piece of sculpture. And I'm not saying that that's a bad piece of sculpture. I'm just saying, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Charlotte Mazurek with the Laguna Bluebell Coalition. This is just one last reminder that on this upcoming Thursday, which is the first Thursday Art Walk evening, we shall be hosting the winners of the 15th annual 15th photo contest reception, celebrating the marine protected areas at the LCAD Gallery at 374 Ocean Avenue at 6 p.m., Ocean Avenue, 6 p.m. It has become a fun and family event, and the winners will be introduced at 7 p.m. to share their photo stories. We shall have refreshments and snacks and plenty of I Love Kelp buttons. So please come for the photos, stay for the kelp, and leave with a smile. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mary Locatelli. Just a few quick comments. First of all, a shout out to the Community Land Trust on its acquisition of the 30 artist studios in the canyon. Well done. And an even bigger shout out to the Quilter family for its contributions in making that happen. You know, the Quilters always seem to be at the center of so many good things that happen in our city. But I was thinking that if there's ever a need to change the name of the city from Laguna Beach, Quilterville kind of has a nice ring to it. Secondly, I have a suggestion. On the council page of the city's website is the following statement. Laguna Beach's 5-member city council is elected at large and is responsible for the legislative functions of the city. I would like to propose adding the words to represent the residents to that statement so that it would read, Laguna Beach's 5-member city council is elected at large to represent the residents and is responsible for the legislative functions of the city. I believe that more accurately reflects the relationship of the council to the residents, and I believe during these times it's something that the council might consider doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Oops, I'm taller. Good evening, Council. Deborah Lawton, Woods Cove resident. First, I would like to thank the city manager for his weekly updates on this agenda and kind of updates. It's a nice thing, and we appreciate it. Second, I wanted to congratulate Matt. And in honor of him, there was an article today in the LA Times that I think relates to fire safety. And it was kind of scary. UC, University of California, Merced, did a large geological study on wildfires, and they're now burning more intensely and reaching more properties. And those properties are faring worse than they ever have historically in the state. And it is due to increased residential development in wildlands or up against wild spaces, which we have here. And the bad news is that homeowners can do everything correctly to prepare their home for a fire safety, but if the structure is located in a hazardous setting, none of these actions may be enough. So I'm trying to encourage the council to kind of squash those developments. And the third thing is thank you to the 3 council members who are running, who have agreed to throw their hat in the ring again. And it should be fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Any other speakers? Going, gone. Okay, I'll close public comments, bring it back, and we'll go to matters, general matters from the mayor, city council members, and city manager.
Anne Marie, could you pull up my little slide presentation that's coming up? I had a couple comments to make. And I appreciated comments, including from the first speaker. I wanted to spend a little bit of time on the fountain and the promenade. Next slide, please. The plan, just so everybody knows, the Planning Commission said this, that the sculpture pedestal shall be a custom design, include a water element, which shall be developed with the assistance of the city's design consultant. Then that went to the Arts Commission. So it did go through the commission. And the commission has every right to do this, and they did it. They said, you know what, given the limited size and restrictions of this mechanical operations, they felt it's not a good opportunity for public art. So I'm often second guessing my decisions, and I'm certainly second guessing mine here. But I did want just to push back on that gently, that because it did go through the process that ordinarily this should go through. Next slide, please. And one of the things that the code says, the municipal code says, that there are some things that the Arts Commission could not be considered as artworks. And one of those is something that has a functional element. That's point B3 down there. Next slide, please. And just as a reminder, the city's arts competitions are open to any artists, no matter where they come from. And there's two good reasons to do that. One is that encourages other places to similarly open themselves to outside artists so that our artists can participate in outside competitions. And then secondly, and this is what Sean Poschel reminded me, when a Laguna artist does win a local competition that's open to everyone, that enhances their prestige too, because they're now added to a world-class compendium of art and assists them in recognizing that they stand shoulder to shoulder with other world-renowned artists. As I leave this subject, just a reminder that the commission is considering an updated request for proposals for temporary public art for the promenade. So stay tuned for that. I think that's coming to the commission potentially in August, but maybe September. And then if we could move to the next slide, the promenade's design does include the replacement in place, but a little different still in the promenade, of these three art pieces. The Marlowe Cubes, the Waves by Larry Gill, and the Chambered Nautilus. So this is the plan to have where those will be placed. So you'll start to see those coming back. Next slide, please. Jumping subject, I wanted to warn the community respectfully that the Pacific Edge renovation is coming. That starts soon after Labor Day, and this is likely to be a 2-year construction project. There is extensive excavation involved, especially early on as they develop their parking structure site, which will have a subterranean element. That's about 40,000 cubic yards of dirt being removed. Some workers will shuttle in. They'll be parked at Laguna Terrace, so down close to the Rubies. And then just the Pacific Edge has paid for bag meters in front of Coast Highway to have some of their design development team park there in front of that stretch of Coast Highway. So again, it's going to be busy. There's haul routes that are designated, but just to give everybody a heads up, because that's coming between now and our next meeting. Next slide, please. Wanted to give some good shout outs to the Laguna Beach Police Department. We try to update our stats monthly. This is our chance to update it through July of 2026. You could see calls for service are up, parking citations quite a bit up, speeding citations up, loud exhaust citations, dogs off leash. I know some of our residents get those. Drinking and smoking in public. So to me, this is an example of where because I don't know that we've seen greater crowds this summer, but we're certainly seeing more enforcement opportunities. So I really appreciate the team at the Laguna Beach Police Department for all the work that's done. Again, just an amazing focus on these neighborhood issues. I think that's my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And congratulations to the police department. Thank you. Madam City Attorney,
No report tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Kemp.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just along the same lines as the city attorney just mentioned on the police stats, I went on a ride along with Park Ranger Fernando Azamendi last Saturday before last. And we spent about 4 hours walking on the beach as we walked on Aliso Beach and we walked on Main Beach. And I have to tell you, first of all, I was very impressed with Fernando as an officer. He was super good with the public, very firm. He wrote quite a few tickets for drinking. There was some dogs that didn't belong on the beach, a couple lost kids, and, and still some canopies. But by and large, I thought it was quite impressive that we don't have that many canopies on the beach anymore. Having said that, we did spend a lot of time on the canopies. My recommendation will be coming forward, later this year, that we shouldn't have any canopies on the beach anymore because they're still spending time dealing with the canopies. The police department and the park rangers work exceedingly well together. It takes a lot of pressure off the lifeguards, and the park rangers just great about everything. So I was really, really impressed with him. And I did the same thing last summer with another park ranger, Oscar, and he was equally as good. I want to thank the Aquagrams for a really great event. It was one of the cutest things you'll ever see. Those kids and their swimming, and particularly Aaliyah Mariner, who was, the brains behind the operation at 14 years old, and basically telling us all what we need to know as adults, and reminding us we don't need any offshore drilling. And so it was great. It was really fun, very upbeat. And then on the sculpture, so I talked to Dave and Sean Poschel, who runs the Arts Commission. She's the Cultural Arts Manager. And what we decided to do is we have some money in the Arts and Lieu Fund, and what we're going to do is take some money out of that. We're going to, anybody who's interested in this topic can come to the Arts Commission on the 10th at 5 o'clock, and we're going to be talking about putting out a call for artists, for local artists, and it's for the promenade, and it will be for the centennial. So it'll be a permanent piece. Not only will it be a resident artist, but it will also be symbolic of the centennial, and will have a prominent place on the promenade. So that's what we're going to be doing. I will say too that, I've been working with the Arts Commission for a long time on various things. And, I think one of the crown jewels of our town is Heisler Park, and Heisler Park has local artists, and it has artists from Vietnam, has artists from LA, has all kinds of art. So we have to remember too that, our town as an arts community involves arts from all over the world, not just here in Laguna Beach, even though we have fantastic artists here. It makes us more credible as a world-class arts destination when we have, a good range of art here. And I ran into the guy that runs the Laguna Beach Open volleyball tournament, which is going to be September 18th and 19th. And Hallie and I were down at the beach. She was playing volleyball, and I was watching Hallie play volleyball for a while. But all the top players are going to be there. It's going to be fantastic. So if you can get out and see that, you're going to see the best players in the world playing at our own main beach. It's going to be great. Anyway, those are my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Renagi.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll echo Councilmember Kemp's comments about the aquagrams. I thought it was just inspiring to see the next generation caring about our coast, which is what really defines Laguna Beach. And it really shows how elections at all levels have consequences. And because what's happening at the federal government just doesn't really, it defies common sense. So agree with Councilmember Kemp on that. And then Councilmember Whalen, it feels like almost a third full-time job is to be working on these hospital issues, which is just so important. We can't overstate that. On the 20th, so we've had a lot of meetings on that, but one of the things that I wanted to announce for the public is that on the 20th, Seth Teagan, the CEO, will be speaking at our next task force meeting. And so if anyone has any questions that they would like Councilmember Whalen or I to ask, please email those over to us. And then finally, I just want to announce there's an upcoming demolition derby. As many of you may recall or probably don't recall, I won that last year as mayor, and I will not be.
Seriously, we have to hear about that.
And I just wanted to let everyone know that I'm will not be competing in this next year. I'm retiring from demolition derby. So I know Chief Calver is won last year and he's going in again, but that is just not going to be me. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Whalen, are you out there?
I am out here. Not a long report. I just wanted to quickly mention that Councilmember Kemp and I had a good meeting with our city engineer, Tom Perez, and the public works staff in Southern California Edison, and our city manager. There are several projects in Laguna Beach that I think this is very exciting for us, that they have stated are eligible for their targeted undergrounding, meaning Edison will fund it, including like the fire road. But there are some challenges on a couple of them where, we're needing some cooperation from members of the public to, allow easements for underground lines. So, hopefully that will be forthcoming. But there's some pretty critical locations that, if we can get our side of it together, that could go underground here in the next 2 years, at Edison's cost and not cost of our residents. So that's exciting, possibilities, and hopefully we can continue to move it forward. I think that's it for tonight, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Yeah, just a few things. We had a Visit Laguna Beach board meeting. We had an internal meeting on Laguna Canyon Road. We had a water district board meeting. I was able to attend the Aquagrams Hand Across the Sand event, which was just lovely. Really wonderful to see these kids standing up for their community and our environment. And then I also was able to attend National Night Out with our public safety teams. That was a really wonderful event. Great to see the people who are, out there risking their lives for us every day. And I also, just as a Woods Cove resident, wanted to give a shout out to Pierre Sawaya and the Public Works team for the undergrounding in Woods Cove. For those of you whose neighborhoods have gone through undergrounding, it's a complicated project, and it's been wonderful. The way that the crews have been working with the neighbors, the communication has been great. So just wanted to give a shout out to that team as well.
Thank you very much. I too attended the Aquagrams event, the Hands Across the Sand, and they had to have made it at least 100 yards, and they also raised $14,000. So congratulations to all the kids that participated, and of course, all of the parents that support their children in these endeavors. I also attended the Caltrans ribbon cutting for the project up the canyon on the other side of El Toro. And it was a great event. I was happy to attend it this morning with City Manager Kiff. And during that event, it was mentioned, and it's a testament to this community and how important and how seriously we take our environmental resources. The folks that were experienced with the project and had the historical knowledge on it did a great job talking about the partnership, and they mentioned Councilmember Whalen's participation, and then since I've learned Mayor Pro Tem Jones and the amount of work that they put on. It lasted for years and years, and there was a lot of details that needed to be considered through all of the, taking into consideration the impacts on the environment. So I just wanted to thank Councilmember Whalen and Jones for your guys' paying such attention to that. So thank you very much. I had a great meeting with LCAD over the week. Mike Walters, he won a auction item at the School Power and won a lunch with the mayor. So that was interesting. I didn't ask him how much he paid for it.
What?
Yeah. And I also did my interview with the Voice of Laguna radio show. Very important. I need to remind myself that it was a radio show, and Ed and I had an interesting talk about that. So thank you, Ed, for hosting that. I appreciate it. Had a great conversation regarding the arts and the future of arts in Laguna Beach with Doug Miller. We had a water board meeting. I forget the address, Dave. I had to go and observe a tree trimming observation. There was a conflict and a view issue, and I attended that tree trimming. I did attend the Oceana event, which was a great event up at the house up the hill, the Cahill residence, and they're very kind to allow the use of their residence for a variety of nonprofits. Greatly appreciated. Supervisor Foley, we had an event at the fire station. She did present us a check. I believe it was $50,000 for the helipod, which is the device that allows the helicopters to extract water from our water tanks up in the hills for firefighting. I met with Morris Gandarian, Brian Mena, Billy Freed regarding some trash cleanup issues, and Gail Ondera. And I met her with Love Laguna, and we had a great conversation. And just coincidentally, I met with Tom Tate, the ex-mayor of Anaheim, the day prior to that. And Jeff Meanberg arranged that meeting. And the reason he arranged that meeting was because of Tom's dedication to kindness. And then the Love Laguna meeting was the following day. And it was just very happenstance, was perfect timing. I really appreciated. And Tom is a very, very impressive individual, and he did a lot of amazing things while he was mayor of Anaheim. And he instituted a kindness program for all of throughout the whole school district, Anaheim. Very admirable man. So, and I appreciate Jeff Manberg for setting that up. So that concludes my meetings for the last week and a half. And we will now move on to our consent calendar. Do we have any items to be removed or considered on the consent calendar?
I'd like to pull 16 and 17.
Excuse me?
16 and 17, please.
On 19, I don't know if I need to pull it. I just a clarification. The way it's drafted, I just don't want there to be any confusion. Michelle Bannigan is also an alternate. So this would just appoint Councilmember Renagi, who is replacing Mark McAvoy, as an alternate, not eliminate Michelle. So I don't know if we need to pull that or not.
Mr. Mayor, we'll pull it for clarification.
Okay.
Okay, so 16, 17, 18, 19.
Was there another one or no? No.
Again, 16, 17, 18, and 19.
On 10,
So you want to do 10?
on 10.
So 10?
10? Thank you.
If anyone from Zoom wants to pull something from the consent calendar, raise your hand.
Nothing?
None on Zoom?
So I'd move the balance.
Mr. Mayor, sorry. Just because Councilmember Whalen's on a remote call, we'll need a roll call. And earlier I mentioned that if anyone comes in, any member of the public shows up, Councilmember Whalen, also if anyone that's over 18 is in the room when you're voting, if you'd let us know too. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have a second on
I'll second.
Sue second? Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Kemp?
Here, or, yes.
Councilmember Renagi?
Yes.
Councilmember Whalen?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Yes.
Mayor Orgill?
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item number 10.
Hi, Mayor. Would you like a presentation from the Environmental Sustainability Committee or any feedback or availability for their questions? Okay.
No.
I can speak.
Yes.
Mayor, council members, first, bravo for not falling for OCPA's propaganda about joining OCPA. There's an easy way to understand really what's going on. And that is up until about 6 years ago, the cost of fossil fuel generated electricity was way cheaper than renewably generated energy. And so people who had concern for the environment and didn't want to pay their electric bills to support fossil fuels had no choice but to join CCA, Community Choice Aggregator, like OCPA. That was the only way they could have their electric bill support renewably generated energy. Around 2000, the cost of renewably generated energy became cheaper, and now it's much cheaper than fossil fuel generated electricity. So the so-called profit-making corporations like Southern Cal Edison have enormous incentive to purchase renewably generated energy as much as they can get on the grid. And that's what's important. They have to be able to get it onto the grid and not have some kind of a fake game with it. Something like OCPA cannot compete with SCE. SCE has been buying electricity for 100 years. They have their own employees who are energy traders who are enormously motivated to buy as much renewably generated electricity as possible. OCPA has to use outside energy traders who have absolutely no motivation whatsoever to minimize their costs. Plus, They get huge commissions. I think the commissions they get are at least as much as the corporate profits of Southern Cal Edison. So there is no way now or in the future that OCPA can ever compete with Southern Cal Edison for the cost of electricity. And of course, if you look at the past years, OCPA's costs have always been higher, except for a short period in which they subsidized the rates in order to compete and attract some cities to join. But those are gone, and they'll be running out of money on those kinds of things. So the days for community choice aggregators are gone, and the only ones that can do anything usefully are ones that have certainly their own in-house traders, and OCPA doesn't have that. So anyway, continue avoiding OCPA. I don't think it's possible for anything to change in it. And the best thing you can do with, if you have excess money, is buy solar panels with battery backup. And that's what we're trying to get. Irvine is in the process of doing that, actually. Buy as much solar panels with battery backup as you can. Thank you very much, and good luck. You're doing a great job.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Cal,
A question for Jeremy.
go ahead.
Is public, you close the public
We're going to
hearing?
go to public next after we talk.
Wasn't that just the public?
He was the gentleman who took it off the agenda item.
Okay, we'll let the public speak first and all. I thought you had any questions for me.
Are there any other public that have any comments on this item? None, I'll close public comments.
Okay, Jeremy, I think you sent us an email today about, so on the recommendation on this item number 3, it says direct the ESC to come back towards the end of 2027 with an updated assessment. Do we need to do that, or?
I think the recommendation stays as is. It's just an awareness that although they would be returning later in 2027, their efforts would begin in early 2027.
Okay.
Other questions? None? Okay, do I have a motion?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Kim,
Yes.
Councilmember Renagi,
Yes.
Councilmember Whalen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Yes.
Mayor Orgill.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to number 16. Who pulled item 16?
So.
Sue?
I did.
This is the EOC.
Awesome.
Yeah. Is there someone here that wants to present this?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Nico King, your fire chief. With our first standalone emergency operations center about 90% complete, and we're weeks away from a ribbon cutting, the public safety chiefs and representatives from all our organizations thought it would be fitting to recognize a member of our community who has probably put more time in, hours going through probably every single council report, every single emergency disaster preparedness committee agenda, knows the hazards in this community and has brought it forward to our attention, not only from a historical perspective, but from legislative impacts, comes up with excellent recommendations of identifying the hazards and with mitigations and how to resolve these issues. And that is our community member, Matt Lawson. So we're following the city policy, and we've moved this through the department heads for approval last night with unanimous approval through the Emergency Disaster Preparedness Committee, and it's before you for your approval this evening.
Thank you very much. Any other council comments on this? I'll open it up for public hearing, public comment.
Well, should council decide to move forward with this recommendation, I would treat it as the greatest honor. And I would remind everyone that public safety is a team sport. Not only are professionals, our public safety professionals, and I've never seen our fire department, police department, marine safety better led or better trained or better qualified or better funded and better equipped to do their jobs, and they're doing them superbly well. And of course, our council, which has taken a very, very, very proactive approach, starting indeed with our city manager, who prior to coming to Laguna Beach built among the best public safety agencies, local public safety agencies in Newport, not only in Orange County, but probably in this quadrant of the universe. And as I look at our council members, I see my predecessor as chair of EDPC, our founding member of EDPC, Sue Kemp, who's done a tremendous amount of work on this. I see Alex Renagi, whose brother is in fact a firefighter. I see Mark Orgill, who's been very active in this out in the canyon. And I see Howie Jones, who's worked with the fire department, partnered with the fire department for more than 10 years to create what the former head of the executive director of the Coastal Commission referred to as the most environmentally sensitive form of fuel modification anywhere in the state. In fact, said it should be a statewide model. And of course, Bob Whalen, who is not here this evening, or is here in spirit, I guess, but not physically up north, has been a leader in this fight for more than a decade. And so many people have done so much, including my colleagues in EDPC and so many who came before me. It is just really remarkable to be recognized in this fashion. I consider it just an enormous honor, but I consider it to be a collective honor to those who worked before me, to those with whom I've had the honor and the privilege of working, and to those who will continue to carry on this mission in the years ahead. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Matt. And thank you for your dedication. Any other speakers on this matter? None? I'll bring it back to council for a motion.
Well, can I just ask one? Oh, go ahead, Bob.
So I was just going to say before we go to a motion, I'm Matt, I'm sorry I can't be there tonight. You can't see my shiny face, but you have done so much over the years for EDPC and safety in general in the community. And I think we can't really quantify it. It's hard to really bring it all together, but it's so important. We've seen it tonight, for example, on the item we just took. It's so important, the committee work that gets done. And you consistently over the years, and I know Sue was involved in the inception of it, set the agenda. You had the topics that needed to be looked at, analyzed. You brought in the speakers from the outside who had expertise in areas. You move the agenda forward in significant and meaningful ways. And so that things would come to council already vetted, already thought about, already well prepared and analyzed. And, I think as a community, we just can't thank you enough. And there were a lot of hands, and you're right. And absolutely, it's a team sport. But you know what? There's a captain of a team, and you were the captain, and you did a fantastic job. So again, I'm sorry I can't be there tonight. I'm looking forward to cutting the ribbon on that EOC with you, and I'll be there for that for sure. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Alex?
I remember the first time that I met Matt was when I became the chair of the Housing and Human Services Committee. And when you're on a city committee, it can become frustrating because you have your own priorities, but then the council has priorities, and it's, the staff it's just hard to figure out how to get things done when you're on a committee. And I remember I went to one of the EDPC meetings, and and I told Matt that I wanted to learn how to chair a meeting well. And as Bob, I think, indicated, it's the gold standard for Matt set the gold standard for how a citizen can actively participate in city government and make meaningful change. I sent Matt, when I did my fire department ride along, I came away from that very just proud of all the work that's been done, just seeing firsthand how, what the impact of that going from 3 firefighters at Station 1 to 4, all the investments in equipment, technology. And I sent a text to Matt. I also reached out to Bob. And I said to Matt that really he had a lot to do with that because of all the advocacy that he participated in. So I think it really just shows Matt demonstrates and is an example to all of us about the power that one individual can have. The one problem that I have with this item is the resolution. And I think that, as I recall, I think I worked with Tom Gibbs and Bob on a resolution that really articulated all of Matt's different accomplishments. So I would, so I don't know, to the city attorney, is it possible that we could approve this item, but then have, incorporate the recitals from that resolution so that the record can really show all the different activities that Matt was involved with?
We can do that.
Sounds
Good
good.
idea.
Councilmember Kent?
I'll just say, I'm really happy for you, Matt. You're a relentless public safety person. And for those of us who've been on the council or on the committees, we often get really long emails with a lot of things bolded, just in case we didn't quite see his point. He, often says, he walks the talk. He said, Mary and I can get out of our house in 90 seconds. And I believe that. They back their car into the garage. They have their go bags, and they're ready. And so there's been a number of times when we had fires in town. I'll call Matt and we have a fire. He goes, "Yeah, I know. I'm down at Pelican Hill. I'm not getting caught." It's just amazing. And so I can see us calling the EOC the Matt or the Lawson rather than the EOC, because that's cooler. So I'm really proud of you, Matt, and you have been a wonderful volunteer from this town. And you're always positive. We have so many great positive people in this town. We get the occasional, things here and there, but you're just a great example of a person who's dedicated and gets things done, knows how to work with people. And I think you ran the first CERT class as well. I think I was in there with you. That was the first one. It was fun too. Nobody knew, we didn't quite have it down, but it was really fun. So anyway, congratulations, Matt. I think we should take a picture with Matt.
Yeah, let's do that after we.
And Mary.
We'll hear from Hallie real quick.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Matt, for everything. You have taught me so much. I thought I really understood fire safety until I started hanging out with you, and I realized how much I didn't know. You're an incredible example of someone who's giving back to the community in so many different ways. And to Sue's point, you do it with a smile on your face, and you do it collaboratively and in a way that's helpful. And I'm grateful to know you.
So before we take a vote, and then we'll come down for a photo, but I'd like to say, before I was on council, Matt, I had always watched you and found you quite interesting, how you maneuvered. And what was special about how you did things was even some of the issues that would come up, and of course, as usual, differences in opinion, but regardless of what happened, you always made everybody feel good, even with the different, and that's a big deal. And I really admire that quality about you. And, it just really, it made a difference in your participation in this community. It's made a huge difference. So you are, of course, as you've already seen, you're greatly appreciated. And thank you so much for all you've done. So we'll finish up with our motion and then we'll take a picture with Matt.
So I'd move that we adopt the recommended actions, but then direct staff to add the recitals from the previously approved resolution that includes all of Matt's accomplishments, so that could be part of the record.
Second.
Oh,
roll call.
I'm going to give that second to Councilmember Whalen. Councilmember Kim,
yes.
Councilmember Renagi,
Yes.
Councilmember Whalen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Yes.
Mayor Orgill.
Yes. Okay, we can go down and take a photo.
Can you Photoshop me into that?
Turn on your video, Bob.
Our emergency operations manager followed up.
Good to see you, Mary.
And stay tuned for the dedication of the new EOC date TBD, but we get to celebrate this again.
That's great. Okay, we'll move on to item number 17.
Yeah. You want to talk briefly about number 17?
Sure. Good evening, Matt Schneider, Director of Community Development. So item 17 is a requesting authorization to enter into a contract with Crossbeam, which is an AI provider. They're locally based here in Orange County. Per council direction, we've been looking at a number of ways to gain efficiencies, looking at technology. I've demonstrated a number of software systems. It's a growing space. What really stood out about Crossbeam is not only the technology and what they're capable of accomplishing, but they want to work in collaboration with us. And that was really important. And they want to customize the product to what we do here in Laguna. We've had an opportunity to run several projects through their system and had really good results. Our cybersecurity team has worked with them. They got a thumbs up from them as well. Just all around, it looks like it has a really strong potential to gain a lot of efficiency. It's going to help with our online submittals, plan checking, as well as an internal chatbot that'll help staff when they're responding to customers. The founder of the company and his business partner, Mike Brown, are here as well if there's any questions, and I'm happy to answer any questions of the council.
Matt, can you describe what a typical, so we have 300 items when a plan check comes in the planning department, or when a set of plans comes in, there are 300 different items that they have to check for. How long does that approximately take without AI?
It can take, and I know this sounds like I'm trying to dramatize it, but it can take up to 8 hours to do a full plan check on a property if it's historic and has other layers of, bluff top, et cetera. So this will significantly cut that down. I think the other thing to keep in mind is our plan sets are typically, 30 to 50 sheets long. It's really critical that all the information remain consistent throughout the entire document. And that's time consuming, right? To continually check setbacks and elevations on every single sheet. This is something that a technology like AI can do instantaneous.
Any other comments from council?
Question, Matt, this is a pilot program for 12 months and I'm supportive of moving ahead with it. I was originally skeptical. I think at least the first number that stuck in my mind was 150,000 for 6 months. And I just thought that was a lot of money for 6 months. But how will you evaluate the effectiveness of it? I mean, obviously, the expectation is it's going to work and you'll come back and say, let's continue this on beyond the pilot. But how, when you come back to us with that, how will you evaluate or measure the effectiveness of this?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've developed a few performance measures into this proposal. So when it comes to zoning plan checks and building plan checks, we're looking for 85% accuracy. And I will say Laguna is so unique that it would be very difficult to achieve something higher than that. Just there is a level of human analysis that always has to take place. So we'll be monitoring that. The other is it's going to be scanning all our online permits for submittal requirements. We've estimated right now, because we receive a lot of incomplete applications online, that the back and forth between the applicant is taking approximately 2 to 2.5 hours of staff time cumulatively. So we're going to be monitoring that, and we're looking to cut that down substantially. And then the hope is we would, if it is successful, we would come up with a pricing format and something that could be incorporated into our fee schedule. to offset the cost.
Great. Thank you.
Hey, Matt, question. So, Alex and we had that demo, I don't know, a month or two ago. And so the developer had some work to do. When do you think it's going to be fully functional? I mean, I think there's a few
I don't want to put the
phases,
consultant on the spot, but they've been very responsive. I think it's weeks, not months. We've done a lot of the legwork. We're really excited and ready to go. And it is iterative, so it'll continue to get better and better. And that's part of the reasons we want to collaborate and pilot on this.
And I think he said that we don't need a certain number of seats or licenses, right?
That's correct. They will make this available to all the community
Yeah,
development staff.
that'll make it so much easier. Okay, thanks.
Other comments from council? None. I'll open public hearing. Any comments on this item? Any
I
comments?
think that Mike Brown's here, the founder, if we want to ask him any questions or if he wants to say anything.
Council, thank you guys for having me tonight. Also, it's hard to follow up on yours. That was amazing to hear your story. So thank you for having me. My name is Mike Brown. I'm the founder of Crossbeam. When we set out to build Crossbeam, our mission was to help solve the California housing crisis. The further we got down that path, the more we realized the technology was never going to be the hard part. What we really needed was a founding partner, a city that shared the vision and was willing to invest, not just in the software, but in the relationship that it takes to build something that actually meets the need. We've been looking for that city across California for a while now. Then we met Matt Schneider and his team, Anthony and Gabe. It was clear right away. This is a talented community development department that wants to innovate. And when we went back and watched your council meetings, especially over this last June, the way you guys talked about AI and the questions you asked, the standards you guys set, it got even clearer. This is a city that backs its people when they want to try something new and does it with its reasoning on the record. I think we found our partner. We'd be honored to build the most innovative plan check process in California and in the nation, right here in Laguna Beach. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and we're excited to get to work.
Thank you very much. Any questions? None? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I just want to thank Matt. I've been following up about probably for the last year and a half. Because I'm just convinced that there's no better use case for AI as a pre-check for our application. There's no other better use case in city government than the plan check process because of how tedious it is. So I think this is just going to be a win for our staff, a win for residents, and improve our ability to deliver quality service in the most cost-effective way. So I really appreciate Matt's work in finding the right vendor, and I look forward to seeing how this turns out. If it's a good business model to be able to say that you can make something like this with a code like Laguna Beach, then if it can work here, it can work anywhere. So it's very exciting.
Any other comments?
I'll move the recommended action. Oh,
Well, I just wanted to say I agree. I think our community development department is definitely qualified, and I have all the faith in the world in you, Matt. So I know you guys are going to do a great job. Thanks. Go ahead for your motion.
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor? Oh,
What?
roll call.
Councilmember
please.
Kemp,
Yes.
Councilmember Ranagi,
Yes.
Councilmember Whalen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Yes.
Mayor Orgill.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item number 18. Who pulled 18?
Good evening, Council. Nick Aronoff. Before I get to the reason why I pulled, I just wanted to say thank you to Alex Ranagi, or to Councilmember Ranagi, for making this an agenda item. I think it's really important that we stop the spraying of herbicides, toxic herbicides, in all of our waterways, not just in our hillsides, like this council previously stopped doing before in our fuel modification zones. And I know this is a big project for Supervisor Foley to stop the spraying, mainly in San Juan Creek, and obviously now extending this to the Aliso Creek channel. And then so the reason for me pulling this tonight is to not just do it at Aliso Creek channel, but to add the Laguna Canyon channel. The Aliso Creek channel, as described by the OC Parks, is almost 45 acres. Obviously not all of that in the city of Laguna Beach, but the Laguna Canyon channel is just 4.6 acres. So the part in Laguna is probably a little bit smaller than that. And, waterways are still flowing into the ocean. It's not the same amount as Aliso Creek, but You know, we do have a lot of businesses. We have a school that's right up along the creek. And just as Mayor Orgel, you mentioned earlier when you were with the supervisor, how important the environment is in Laguna Canyon. So I think adding that to the pilot program could be a big step for us. It is only 2 creeks in this town. Why do one and not the other, especially with it flowing into the main beach area? So I would just like you guys to just add Laguna Canyon Channel. It's listed. I can give you guys the map number. It's from an OC Parks PDF that they release of where they do the spraying. So just if you guys could add that to the agenda item tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this matter?
Good evening, City Council. Greg Viviani here. I support this pilot program. I think it would be good to not have herbicides and pesticides and whatever sides in the creek. Also because just this last weekend in the Aliso Creek mouth, there was about 60 people from the public. They were in that creek mouth playing, having fun, swimming around. So obviously the less pesticides and stuff that are coming down that creek is good. I'm in the water there almost every day in the ocean. So that's definitely a win. And it would be one less, you know, pollution coming down from the creek and settling in that creek mouth, which needs to flow frequently rather than collecting at that creek mouth, which then it becomes a lot, you know, more concentrated and then goes into the ocean. So as this last weekend or this, last weekend when it was really hot, there was, like I said, there was a lot of people in that water, and it really goes to show that that needs to flow, and it goes into the ocean quite frequently. And so basically protecting that area for recreation is really important, and especially if it's clean water, because then also the wave riding community, they utilize that space for that historic creek wave that does happen when it breaches, and they surf it, they bodyboard it, they ride it. And so I'm advocating for that as well, to, you know, have that water be a lot cleaner than it currently is. And if we can, you know, work with the county and Supervisor Foley and all that on limiting that spraying up our creek, then that's great. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ginger Wallace, good evening, Laguna Bluebelt. I'm thrilled that this has come before you, and I want to thank Alex so much for working with Katrina Foley to include Aliso Creek in this list of 2 other creeks. So I hope tonight you will vote for it. I have to say also, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time when I could get up and say that Greg Viviani and I agree. It's a wonderful moment.
Look at that.
I hope it happens more often.
Me too.
So thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments? Oh,
I have someone on Zoom.
okay.
Adam, do you still want to speak? Apparently not.
Okay,
So go
I'll
ahead.
close public comment, bring it back to council.
Yeah, Mayor. So I want to thank Ginger for bringing up this item with me, because basically the context of all this is that the Supervisor Foley had a proposal to do a 1-year trial for all of the creeks in Orange County to try a non-herbicide approach. The majority voted that down, but there was support for basically a limited pilot program focusing on the San Juan Creek and the Tribuco Creek. So one of the reasons for that was because of the freshwater lagoon at Doheny State Beach. And as Greg and Ginger indicated, what we have at Aliso is a very similar set of circumstances where you have kids playing in the water, and just and so the goal here is to enhance this pilot program and see if there's a better way where we can achieve where the county can achieve the goals of creeks, right? But also do it in a way that could minimize the use of herbicides. To Nick's point, I'm open to that, but I think that it's really we don't have the decision-making power here. So I think that we want to be strategic in how we get expanded to the pilot program, because I think if it were up to me, if it was up to the council, we'd probably want to support the program to exempt all creeks. So if there's a way to add the Laguna Canyon Creek as well, I'm open to that, but I want to make sure that we give ourselves the best chance of getting the Board of Supervisors to pass this, because you need 3 votes at the Board of Supervisors, and we have, our supervisor would support that, because she supported the pilot for the whole county, but we don't have, there are not 3 votes for that. So I think we could consider that as, this action authorizes Mayor Orgill and myself to work on a letter to the Board of Supervisors and correspondence. So that could be part of that if there was a strategic way to also add that. But
I would agree. I think we could work on that in parallel, because as you know, there's plenty of work to do even after tonight's decision. So I would be willing to continue to working on the Laguna Canyon Creek and see if we can't eventually get that considered.
Yeah.
How
Okay.
long's the trial?
1 year.
1 year. Okay.
Is Adam on?
He's apparently back if you want to reopen.
Sure, we'll let him talk.
All right.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks, guys. So I just wanted to chime in that I'm under the impression that the water through the canyon got rerouted in 2022. It used to flow out of Main Beach, and in 2022, there were efforts to reroute it. I don't know exactly where the rerouting happens, and that's been something that I've tried to learn and understand. But I'm under the impression that the water that flows through the canyon gets rerouted at Main Beach and goes into our sewage system and spits out at Aliso now. So it might be a moot point, but I've been trying to get this information and I don't necessarily know enough, but just wanted to point that out. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, I'll close public comments now again and bring it back to council.
If we want to answer Adam's question, I know Tom can.
Okay, we have an answer to
President
that.
back
Let's
there.
get it.
Yes, so to answer the question, there is a diversion structure that's just upstream of Forest Avenue. And so that's turned on during the dry season, and that goes and diverts the water into our sewer system, which ultimately will make its way down to the Saukwa treatment plant. And then during the rainy season, when that diversion's off, it would continue down to Main Beach.
And Tom, when it goes to the coastal treatment plant, then it goes to the Aliso outfall, not through the creek, right? The treated wastewater.
Correct.
It goes under the creek and out.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, as many of you know, I am really concerned about elimination of invasive species and how we protect habitat from really noxious invasive species, particularly Arundo donax, which is a huge problem in our water courses. That said, I am really committed to following the science, and I'm very interested in seeing how this pilot program works. If there's a way that we can eradicate some of these invasive species or control these invasive species without the use of synthetic herbicide, I'm all for that. So I'm supportive of this.
Thank you. Other comments?
I just want to thank Alex for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Alex. Okay, so I'll call for a motion.
So I'd move that we adopt the recommended actions, and we can explore the idea of the Laguna Canyon Creek, but kind of authorize Councilmember or Mayor Orgill and myself to work with the county and figure out how we can best advance our strategic interest here to have the best chance of expanding the pilot program to Laguna Beach at the August 11th Board of Supervisors meeting.
I'll second it. Call for roll call.
Councilmember Kemp?
Yes.
Councilmember Renagi?
Yes.
Councilmember Whalen?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Yes.
Mayor Orgill?
Yes. We'll move on to 19, agenda item 19. Who's
So
called?
this was a brief item where we're making Councilmember Whalen's correction that both Alex and Michelle Bannigan would remain alternates, and Alex would be in effect replacing Mr. McAvoy. This is to the South Orange County Wastewater Authority, or SACWA.
Okay.
Yep, thanks, Dave. That'll do it.
Okay, are there any public comments on this matter? Any public comments? None? I'll close public comments, bring it back to council for a motion.
So I'd move we appoint Councilmember Ranagi as an alternate to the board, along with, continue Michelle as another alternate.
Second.
All in favor?
No,
Councilmember Kemp? Yes. Councilmember Ranagi?
Yes.
Councilmember Whalen?
Yes.
Whose fault this is? Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Yes.
Mayor Orgill?
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to regular business.
So this next item, as folks are coming up, this is about objective design standards for single and two-family residential development. And I'll just frame this as the team comes up. We do have a consultant team as well as Deputy Director Anthony Vieira, Wendy Zhang, and then Jane Abzug with the City Attorney's Office has been helpful in this regard too. So for the public at home, this is about complying in large part with state law, which suggests that we need to have a purely objective way of authorizing housing in Laguna Beach versus our subjective design review standards. So we've tried to work very carefully with the community and with the consultant team through our community development department to make sure that if we do have a purely objective process, that it still protects Laguna Beach's character and neighborhood character and almost all the things that are important within design review. Ready to go, Anthony?
Thank you for that introduction, Mr. City Manager. We just need one moment to load up the presentation.
Okay, ready. Good evening, Mayor and members. Oh, Mayor stepped out. And members of the City Council. I'm Wendy Jung, Principal Planner, and Agenda Item 20 is a public hearing to consider the adoption of the objective design standards for single and two-family residential projects. The proposed standards establish clear, objective design criteria that will be used to evaluate qualifying residential development projects in accordance with state housing laws. This evening's presentation will provide an overview of the purpose of the standards, the process, key revisions since the May 26th joint study session, and staff's recommendation for council's consideration. The project is part of the city's comprehensive zoning code update, a council priority that was identified in 2022 and reaffirmed in 2024. In October of 2024, the City Council retained a Novo Planning Group to prepare the update. And then in July of 2025, expanded the scope to prioritize ODS as well, ODS for the single and two-family residential projects. So since then, the consultant team, which consists of John Kaliski Architects, or JKA, has worked closely with city staff and also the Council Ad Hoc Committee, which consists of Mayor Orgill and Councilmember Whalen, through research, site visits, and also ongoing coordination to develop these proposed standards. So this slide may seem familiar as throughout the various meetings, but just as a reminder, the objective design standards were developed in two phases. Phase 1 was adopted earlier this year in July, established objective form and massing standards, including building height, setbacks, as well as building envelopes. to streamline review for qualifying projects. And then phase 2, which is before the council this evening, builds on that framework. And this establishes objective standards for architectural character, site design, as well as building detailing. So these standards are designed to promote quality residential design, and they provide a clear and predictable ministerial review process. So as part of the prior considerations, and to give you some background, the objective design standards were developed through an extensive public and collaborative process over the past year. This included multiple study sessions with the Planning Commission, Design Review Board, and City Council, as well as meetings with the Council Ad Hoc Committee, local design professionals, and city staff. So throughout this process, the draft standards were refined based on stakeholder feedback with a focus on improving architectural character, usability, clarity, and as well as objective implementation. The standards were also tested using recent and hypothetical residential projects to ensure that they function as needed or as intended. Finally, in July of 2026, the City Council adopted the Phase 1 objective form and massing standards through the Design Review Efficiency Ordinance, and the Phase 2 ODS before you tonight complete the framework by establishing the objective architectural and site design standards that are referenced in the municipal code. The state housing laws now require qualifying residential projects to be reviewed using objective measurable standards rather than the subjective design criteria. So because portions of the city's current design review process rely on discretionary findings, the proposed ODS ensure in compliance with state law while preserving Laguna Beach's architectural character as well as neighborhood compatibility. Adopting these standards allows the city to protect the city's adopting these standards allow the city to maintain meaningful design oversight through a clear, consistent, and legally defensible design process for future development. This slide is to give you an overview of the Phase 2 ODS. The ODS before you tonight represent the completion, as I mentioned, of Phase 2 of the program. Building on the objective form and the massing standards adopted through Phase 1, the standards these objective standards are established for architectural character, building design, materials, site elements, and other key design features for single and two-family projects. The document is illustrated with both graphics and examples to improve the clarity, promote consistent application for both staff and applicants, and support an efficient ministerial review process. Following the joint study session in May, JKA refined the draft ODS based on feedback received from City Council, Planning Commission, Design Review Board, the Ad Hoc Committee, design professionals, city staff, as well as the public. And the key revisions are summarized here, but essentially they include the addition of objective landscaping standards. They expand privacy and massing standards. There are refinements to the architectural form groups, specifically A and D, to better reflect Laguna Beach's character. And there are revisions to the modern contemporary standards, including the elimination of flat roofs to address the concerns that were noted regarding box-like building forms. The final document also includes a number of clarifications to improve usability and implementation, such as the updated applicability provisions, refined definitions, as well as terminology, improved graphics, and other edits to ensure that the standards are clear, objective, and easy to administer. So as part of the implementation of the ODS, earlier this year, as I mentioned, the City Council adopted the Design Review Efficiency Ordinance. And with that, there is a new chapter 25.13 of the Municipal Code. And this establishes the framework for objective development and design standards for qualifying projects. The action before the council this evening will complete that framework by formally adopting the objective design standards through resolution. So once adopted, these standards will become effective, and then staff will update the city's ministerial review procedures, the application materials, as well as applicant resources to support this implementation. In order to ensure consistent administration, JKA will also be providing staff with training and project-specific implementation support during the initial rollout. Following the adoption of these standards for single and two-family homes, JKA will then pivot and shift their attention to preparing a second set of objective design standards for multifamily and mixed-use residential development. So staff, in closing, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt the resolution establishing the ODS for single and two-family residential development and find this action categorically exempt from CEQA. And that is, this concludes staff's presentation. And then this evening we have present John Kaliski or JKA, as well as De Novo Planning Group. And so both staff and the consultant team are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. I know you guys have been working very hard on this. Do we have any questions of staff? Alex?
Just one question for the city attorney. So if hypothetically, there's feedback about, and I see Kathy Yurka's hand, as always, I look forward to her thoughtful input on items like this. But if we didn't have this in place, because as I understand it, you have to, like for SB 9 and laws like that, you can't apply a different, or at least for SB 9, you can only apply what the standards are. So without these standards, does that mean that an SB 9 project, there would be no objective standards, and meaning that they could go to the envelope? And or can you describe that?
Councilmember Ranagi, in essence, yes. So the SB 9 is a good example. It has a requirement that you can only apply the objective standards for the underlying zone. And so if you have a lack of objective standards for the underlying zone, you don't have any standards to effectively apply. And so through the design review efficiency ordinance, we tried to address some of those issues. And then this tonight is intended to further address those issues by having some control over the actual design of the structure in the event that such a project would come forward.
Got it. And then is there anything to preclude us from making changes to these objective design standards in the future?
Councilmember Knight, no, of course not. You can certainly modify them in the future as you see fit. And just to be clear, we currently don't have anything to, I think this is to your point, we don't have anything on the books. So having something on the books that it can be iterative. We can change it over time as we find solutions and things that work better than others.
Councilmember Kemp, anything? None? Okay, then I will. I'm sorry.
Mayor, sorry, just a further follow on to that, because I think I know where Alex is going. We got, I think, some thoughtful comments today from Kathy Yurka and Christoph. And let's just say, hypothetically, we take action tonight, and we do want to modify it at a future point if we can't address all those comments or concerns tonight. Will that resolution, or those amendments, take effect immediately, or is there a coastal process that we have to go through?
Councilmember Whalen, that's a great question. Because we're doing this via resolution, there's not a further coastal process. So as these would take immediate effect, so too would future changes take immediate effect.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? None? I'll open up public comments. Are there any comments on this agenda item? Okay, we'll go to
one online.
Yeah, we'll go to online.
Okay. Now we have a couple. Kathy, go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. This is Kathy Yurka, and thank you for the kind comments about the email that I submitted. Again, my apologies for getting it to you so late. And I won't go into the issues involved, but I'm sorry, especially since I was suggesting that you try to defer a vote, because overall I think these are great, and I know that we have to have them, and I think that that the consultants and staff did a really thoughtful job on these. And my suggestions are not to delay approval needlessly. And if council were inclined, I think this could come back in relatively short order. I did think that the problems that I identified, a few of which I laid out in my email, but there are many more in the annotated PDF that I sent you. I do think that they really are worth fixing, particularly the lack of recessed windows and doors on Form Group A, the Arts and Crafts Bungalow, and Form Group C, the Tudor English Cottages. Those are absolutely not characterized with openings that are flush with the building exterior. And that really should be changed, and it could be changed in line with what you already have for like the Spanish and Mediterranean revival forms. I also thought that the issues with, I think that there is going to be confusion about prohibiting simulated stickings. I have no idea what a simulated sticking is. I think that what they're talking about is simulated muntins, and because these are objective and the language needs to be precise, I think that really is a mistake that needs to be corrected. Otherwise, you risk getting these terrible interior grid vinyl windows that are, as Sue Kemp knows, the bane of my existence. I also think that the document should explicitly prohibit vinyl windows. They're not mentioned, and thus they're not prohibited. I think it should be very clear. I also wondered about, there are these kind of weird kind of faux stuccos that are kind of stucco-y and kind of not. And they look really bad. They look like kind of you've encased a house in Michelin Man materials, and that those should probably be eliminated. The more complex one, it has to do with the ability to choose, like to include 6 different roof forms on some of the styles. I think that's going to lead to mistakes. I just wanted to say, I don't know what I don't know if I have any time left, but I just wanted to say that Anne is trying to call in. She's having trouble, but I know you've received her comments. And I want to thank you for taking my comments into consideration. Again, apologize for their lateness, and again, commend people for the work they did on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Did I see?
Penny, you may now speak.
Hi, Penny Milne, president of Can Do. So, while I do not have nearly the clever and detailed analysis of people like Kathy Hirka, and I'm so glad that she was able to speak, I'm just only sorry I'm speaking immediately after her, I do want to say that I really the amount of work that's been done is fabulous. At the very beginning, the initial analyses of the consultants did not seem helpful. And then I look at the project where it is now, and while it may not be perfect, it really is impressive. So, but I want to follow up by saying that I do have a couple of questions and comments. One is that on the map of the application area, which is figure 1, and it's in page 12, of the report, it lists, there's a list of all of the other specific plans in town, but it does not list the Laguna Canyon annexation area specific plan. Obviously, it shows that area of the canyon as an area that the objective design standards will apply to, but the Laguna Canyon annexation area specific plan says a huge amount about development in that area. And so I don't see how we could avoid you noting the existence of that specific plan if we are noting the existence of others that often have significantly less to say about design and character, including the Laguna Canyon annexation area specific plan actually includes, for example, the M1B zone is listed only within the specific plan. And while I get that's not relevant to the residential design in this, it certainly will become relevant in the next step. So I also note that California Cove and the terraces along El Toro Road aren't included in the applicability area. I assume that might be because although the terraces are functionally duplexes and California Cove are functionally single-family resident, they're zoned R3, which it has always seemed very odd to me. So maybe that means they're reviewed in the next step as multifamily. But since they're not multifamily, And how is that going to work? Because standards that might work for multifamily might be a bad fit for California Cove, that's single family resident or the terraces. So, but again, my big concern is why is the not listed in figure 1? Thank you.
Thank you, Penny.
Let me see, Ann Christoph, you may now speak.
Ann may still be on mute.
Anne is muted.
Yeah.
She is, but I can only ask her to unmute. I can't unmute her. There she goes.
There you go.
Am I unmuted now?
Go ahead, Ann.
Thank you. I also have a lot of respect for the work that's been done, but there are a few things in my letter that would help these standards to apply better towards the actual details of what's in Laguna Beach and characteristic of Laguna Beach. And since the standards are so demanding, I would say, and specific, I think we should be specific about the right things. So it talks about rubble work, but that term is not defined in the definitions. And a better term would be to refer to Laguna Beach native stonework, predominantly San Onofre breccia and sandstone. And I sent you a picture of a typical San Onofre breccia wall, which should take the place of the picture of river rock that's in the book. Some of the pictures are really not Laguna Beach applicable. River rock is not a common material in Laguna Beach, and San Onofre breccia stone is. They also refer to manufactured stone and stamped concrete. I don't think we should be encouraging either of those things. We should be encouraging natural materials, native materials that are typical of the character of our town. It still says that Spanish-style roofs have minimal overhangs, which is not true, and I pointed that out at the last hearing. I think one of the pictures that is so deadly is the picture of landscaping, which shows a few isolated shrubs in the middle of some gravel. And it's terrible. It's not what we're striving for. And we should be encouraging gardens and continuous plantings and ground covers of real plants wherever possible instead of gravel or some other kind of non-organic material. I had the same concern as Kathy about the window recesses. We need to fix that. And then the requirements regarding entrance paving seems unnecessarily detailed and in not a good way. So it says pavers are allowed to be no longer larger than 30 inches by 30 inches. Why are we saying that? Can't we have wider walkways coming? Can't we use flagstone instead of just plain concrete? So these are detailed that I would like incorporated into the report, as well as the example of a Laguna Beach garden, which is what we're supposed to be striving for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other online?
That's it, Mayor.
Okay, I will close public comments. And would staff like to answer any of those questions or have any response to the public comments?
Thank you, Mayor. As Madam City Attorney mentioned, one of the beauties of how this document is being adopted is that it can be easily updated. And what I'd like to do, given the breadth of the comments that have been shared with us through the written correspondence this evening, we'd like to recommend that the council direct staff to meet with each of the speakers. We'll meet with the speakers and bring our city consultant team. And through those discussions, we will prepare a future update to the ODS document should you adopt it tonight.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Mayor Pro Tem has a comment. She's ready to go.
I'm ready to go. I appreciate that, Anthony. And I think my point before you said that was, I think it's important that we pass something tonight. I'd like to see this across the finish line tonight, but I think that there are some details as brought up in the written comments today, as well as by some of the speakers, that I'd like to see addressed. So I think that's a really good strategy. Particularly, I'm wondering if there was a reason that I'm missing for the Laguna Canyon area annexation area specific plan not being included in that map, or is that something you guys can resolve in the next iteration?
Yeah, thank you. The reason for that is that the specific plan itself is not a single family zone. There are some specific plans that function as a single family zone, Archbeach Heights specific plan being one of them. That map does include portions of the Laguna Canyon specific plan area as being inclusive of some single family zoned property, but the specific plan as a whole, for example, includes the M1B light industrial zone. So the specific plan is not identified.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Would you be comfortable including it in the resolution tonight as part of the adoption, understanding that we're going to be making further updates?
Yes, is the request to outline the boundaries of the specific plan on the map? We could absolutely do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kemp,
No, I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Councilmember Renagi.
Agreed.
So I also agree, and thank you, Anthony, for summarizing that option for us. And I think that's the best way to move forward. And I do appreciate both Kathy and Penny and Ann's comment on these, and they had very good points. And I understand, we can have a meeting in the future. I think it would be best to have everybody present, along with Councilmember Whalen and myself, and we can just kind of go through all of these details and amend it at that time. But I do think time is of the essence, and I'd like to get this passed tonight. So with that said, Councilmember Whalen, do you have any comments?
No, I'm ready to move forward with it.
Okay, then with that said, I'll ask for a motion.
I'd move the recommended action with the addition that Mayor Pro Tem asked relative to the specific plan map.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Kemp,
Yes.
Councilmember Renagi,
Yes.
Councilmember Whalen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Yes.
Mayor Oriel.
Yes.
Great job, you guys.
Great job. Thank you. And thank you for the consultants. It's been a pleasure working with you all. Okay, we'll move on to item 21.
Mr. Mayor and Council, this next item is a proposed award of contract to update our infrastructure regarding electric vehicles. And this is to reflect the state mandate that to purchase and operate more electric vehicles as a part of our fleet. I'm going to hand it over to our city engineer, Tom Perez.
Thank you, Dave, and hello, City Council. I have with me tonight Andy Hoskinson, who is with PowerFlex, and introduce myself, Tom Perez, your city engineer. So the item before you tonight, as Mr. Kiff stated, is the award of contract for fleet electrification and vehicle charging implementation. So with various mandates that have come out through the state and some changes at the federal level, we are now looking at the California Air Resources Board mandate to begin having 50% of our vehicle purchases be zero emission vehicles, and that started in 2024. And the next milestone there is that by 2027, we need to be having 100% of our new vehicle purchases be zero emissions. So this proposed project is really setting the table so that we're able to meet those requirements and have the infrastructure to support it. So in June of 2023, there was a presentation to the City Council for the Fleet Electrification Master Plan. And at that point, staff was directed to proceed forward with going and defining what this infrastructure needs to be, and then procuring services to implement and install this infrastructure. So in May of 2025, we put out a design build RFP. We felt that was the best application so that we could bring someone in who's professional, design the system, and have a clear understanding of what it would be needed to implement in the specific sites. And so those two sites were identified as City Hall and the Corporation Yard, and that will not address 100% of our fleet, but it will take a significant portion. So through the evaluation process, the review committee identified PowerFlex as the ideal candidate, and that was based off of pricing as well as qualifications. And as part of that, once we selected PowerFlex and we defined the project further, we applied for the Southern California Edison Charge Ready Transport Program, and that was to gain rebates for this infrastructure. And once we had applied, there was a period, but we were finally successful in securing some rebates from Southern California Edison, and I'll touch on those numbers later. So in the 2024 implementation plan, we listed a fleet of 185 vehicles. 140 of those were gasoline, 19 diesel, 25 propane, which is mainly the trolleys, and then we had one electric vehicle, which was a golf cart. Since 2024, we have added EV vehicles into our fleet. We have the 2 Rivians in marine safety. Animal control has added a VW Buzz, which is we'll call it a minivan. We have 2 Ford Lightnings, and in Public Works, we've added a CCTV van. And then 2 trolleys are currently on order. We anticipate that we'll be receiving those in about a year's time. And then more recently, we have purchased 4 Prius Prime, which are plug-in hybrids. So something to be said, while we are adding the electric vehicles, the infrastructure that we have is not sufficient to continue and support a complete conversion. So right now, we're making use of what we will call level 1 and level 2 chargers. So the level 1 being just your standard outlet, which is not ideal. The level 2 would be like a wall-mounted charger. So that's what we're using to power the Rivians and the Ford Lightnings. But the key thing to note is we've been able to add those with our existing infrastructure, but if we have the complete fleet, we would not have the electrical infrastructure. Not even the feed from Edison would be sufficient to support our vehicles. So the proposed scope of work with PowerFlex, as I mentioned, it was a design build contract. And so we're looking at a complete turnkey project, meaning PowerFlex will be providing final engineering, construction documents, and permits. They'll be procuring and installing all of the EV equipment. They'll be responsible for all the civil, electrical, trenching, striping, signage, and commissioning of the infrastructure. As I mentioned, we did get the Southern California Edison Charge Ready rebates, so PowerFlex will be working directly with Edison to ensure we're meeting their requirements and that we get our full rebates. They will be installing the infrastructure, not only for what we're looking for today, but to also accommodate for a future expansion. So acknowledging that our fleets will grow, and we want to be sure that we're accommodating that. And then the last thing is what's before you tonight does include 1-year software and support services. So just a quick look to give an idea of what the infrastructure is going to look like. So we have the light on, which is the smaller, the white square. So we have 2 of those going in. Then we start getting into the larger DC fast chargers. So we'll have 26 of the 120 kilowatts, 15 of the 30 kilowatt wall mounted chargers, and then 4 of these 60 kilowatt chargers. So they are fairly large, and they'll be designed so that they'll have the 2 ports to serve 1 charger for 2 spaces. So the first site I want to take a look at is our city courtyard. And this will be installing 31 chargers, with those being light, medium, and heavy duty vehicles. So we will be addressing some of the smaller pickups and smaller vehicles, but really targeting the larger vehicles such as the trolleys and some of our like bigger F-250s and heavier equipment. And so when we look at that, the majority of the infrastructure will be behind the gate, serving the fleet. There will be some chargers that are up towards the front, and that was just based off of kind of where equipment sits and where it fits today. So we're looking at addressing 68 vehicles, and then depending on the type of vehicles and the charging demands, we may be able to get into rotation and get more vehicles to oh, sorry, I just saw the screen go off. I thought it was me. And that would be so that we could still use the infrastructure and maybe vary shifts and get more vehicles on the existing infrastructure. City Hall, we broke City Hall into 2 separate contracts to propose tonight. One, we refer to it as the general fleet or the non-police. And that would include the area behind City Hall with where we see community development and other departments park the fleet vehicles. And we'd be looking at installing 11 chargers to address light and medium duty. In addition, that would include upgrading the electrical system and improving that infrastructure. The second portion of City Hall would be kind of right out behind the police department, and that's addressing the police vehicles. So there's 5 chargers there. When you look at that, that's 9 spaces. We have more than 9 police vehicles. So that, again, we would need to look at it as some type of rotation to ensure that the vehicles are properly charged. But that really is a factor of space constraints there. So the options that we wanted to lay out in front of the council tonight, as I mentioned, we looked at 2 sites, but we broke it into 3 contracts. And so we wanted to make it to where if there was a feeling of downsizing or not going all in tonight, we could easily say, let's only do 1 site or 2 sites or all 3 sites. So looking at that, I wanted to list the costs. So the courtyard itself, looking at the capital costs only, is about $3.4 million. And with that, it was just over $630,000 that we would be getting in charge-ready rebates. The City Hall Police installation would be just under $750,000 with about $114,000 in rebates. And the non-police, we'd be looking at about $1.2 million and $145,000 in rebates. And so I do want to point out that if we determined not to move forward with any one of these sites, we would also lose those rebates. So we won't get the rebates if we don't do that portion of work. And so that concludes my presentation. I did want to point out an error was brought up to me on the numbers in front of you. So on recommended action number 2, the numbers included in that recommended action are the full cost if we include all of the O&M. So those numbers are actually less. And as I mentioned, for City Hall, or for the courtyard, it would be the 3,480,246. The City Hall Police would be 727,831, and the non-police would be 1,214,977. The other recommended actions include moving forward and executing agreements with Southern California Edison to accept the rebates, and then authorizing the transfer of funds into one single account to accommodate all of the capital costs of the project. And then we would need to program in for the next 10 years, we would need to program in the O&M costs in our operating budget. So with that, Andy and I will be available and we could answer any questions the council has.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions of staff from council?
Tom, do you have a recommendation if we wanted to phase this? Do you have a recommendation which of those sites would be highest priority?
Yeah, taking a look at it, I think the highest priority would likely be the courtyard, and that's to account for the incoming trolleys and some of the medium and heavy duty right now. Given the vehicles that we have purchased for fleet, as I mentioned, we've been able to get by with the level 2 chargers behind City Hall. So I think if there was one site, although it is the most expensive, it likely would be the courtyard. And I could elaborate on that, and Andy's available as well. But we also looked if there was a feeling that we didn't want to go all in at the yard, you could peel back some of the infrastructure, but with the thought that we would want to make sure we size the electrical component to allow for future growth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
On the courtyard, what's the time frame to do the work?
So the schedule in the proposal was just under 1 year for design to installation, and that was for all 3 sites. So some of the things that would be, say, out of the control of PowerFlex would be Southern California Edison timing, and then also if we ran into any hiccups through permitting and just lead times on the equipment. But it is something that they do, I'll say throughout the state, maybe elsewhere. So we're confident that they can come in and deliver on that schedule.
Okay.
So is the 5%, so I understand, so is the liquidated, so basically the request for the changes is that if there's a delay by the city or SCE or another agency, then there's no liquidated damages per day? That's one of the changes.
And Tom, I can go ahead and answer that. Yeah. So the the process with this contract was a bit unique for the city in that we do not do a lot of design build contracts. PowerFlex did request a handful of changes. They were very reasonable and professional. Some of them we pushed back on. Some of them they gave up. They were pretty insistent, and that's why we highlighted it in the staff report to basically say they did not want to be punished if they've acted reasonably. If they are kind of on the spot and the only reason for the delay is an SE permitting delay, a city permitting delay, or any other permitting agency delay. I believe there, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, there is an obligation on them to at least notify us. So it's not just quiet. It's, when no one's trying to jam each other up. It's meant to be open. It's meant to be a good partnership. But as at least from our office, we were comfortable with that. However, it is a business judgment call for the council.
And then is the current, so basically in that situation, so it wouldn't be like they're just getting delayed by SCE, because SCE causes a lot of delays. And so the city would know about it and be in the position to talk to SCE, or if it was happening at the city, I'd hope the city would act quickly on that. And then what's the base? So is 5%, is there typically a liquidated damages cap at 5% of our contracts, or is that a deviation from the code as well?
I wouldn't say a deviation from the code. It was a deviation from our kind of template contract. Now, I will say the design build template contract probably wasn't necessarily drafted with this type of project in mind, i.e. solar, installation, electric, vehicles, and then the ongoing kind of operation and maintenance and software. And so the 5% cap was a request of PowerFlex, and I'll of course defer to them if they want to justify it. It's for each contract. As I said before, we've seen other requests for overall liability that's meaningless. It's $5,000 or something like that. This wasn't one of those. Thus, we felt that it was appropriate enough to at least bring to City Council for your guys' consideration. But to answer your question, Councilman, I would not say it's typical.
Did you want to respond to that?
Yes, Councilman. The cap on liquidated damages in projects like this, there's a very small percentage of projects that we do or we see in the industry that actually include any liquidated damages at all for EV charging projects. And then for those that do, everything that we have done, specifically, we've included caps on those with other local governments that we've worked with and in the private sector as well.
And so I guess from the city's perspective, because one of the benefits why I like design build is that you can have a project that's delivered a lot faster than doing something where you're going through multiple procurement processes. So if it's not a delay by SCE, I guess like to play as an advocate of the city, like why wouldn't we want, if this was delayed by and I don't know what, I don't have off the top of my head what 5% would be, how many days that would amount to, but why wouldn't we, I guess, do we know how many days that is? That's the first question. And then why wouldn't we want it to have a higher cap so that you're incentivized to, because once you reach the cap, what incentive would you have to move quickly and get the project back on track?
Yeah, I can respond at least from my perspective. So we're most incentivized to complete the project because of the way payment structure is in there and how we're out with our subs as well. So we've got built-in incentive for that, both our design engineering subs and our installation subs that we work with. Secondly, entering the operations phase is critical for an organization like ours within this industry. Chargers in operation is a critical metric toward business success specifically. So it is fundamental to us as a company to put projects into service with all of our partners.
Because I guess from the city standpoint, like we have vehicles that are going to be delivered that are relying on this equipment. So if the incentives are aligned that we both want, could the cap be increased to make it to? Because I understand what you're saying there's other incentives in the contract, but by that logic, could we have a higher cap here? Are you open to that?
We could increase the cap slightly. I don't have authority to increase it significantly.
Okay.
And Councilman, I can kind of answer the number of days. Once again, because the $250 per day based off of 5% is different for each location. The Courtyard, I believe it's around 126 days. The City Hall General Fleet, the 145, that's around 29 days. And then I didn't scroll down to the Police Department, but if that's 114, that would probably be between 20 and 25 days.
Got it.
Other questions of staff?
Yep.
Councilmember Whalen.
Mayor, if I could, I've got a few questions on this. So on the, you started this off, Tom, with a point that we're looking to address mandates from CARB. And then we talked briefly here about the possibility of phasing, but can we phase or delay and still be in compliance with the mandates?
Yeah, so as I was mentioning, if we are phasing, we would need to just be strategic in how we do that, because there is some power available to continue using the phase 1 and phase 2 chargers. But at some point in time, yes, we would need to be in full compliance. We would need to do those upgrades throughout.
And then couple of questions. So the Corporation Yard, we've talked, off and on about the possibility of additional parking there, possibly a structure to accommodate needs. What does the installation of this infrastructure do to that option or possibility?
I would characterize that being fairly minor. The majority of the infrastructure is behind the gate to where it wouldn't conflict with the potential parking structure. There is some charging infrastructure that is in the front, and that would need to be addressed as part of the project. I would also point out that if we did have a parking structure, that our building codes would require that we include charging infrastructure as part of that. So I think it could be worked out and coordinated, but for the most part, the infrastructure would be behind the gate and out of the way of a potential parking structure.
And then, thank you. And then down, likewise at City Hall, you know, we've talked about in the phase 1 of the facilities master plan, looking at a new fire station. Would any of this, you know, infrastructure interfere with that option if that's what the council were to decide in the future?
It would not interfere with the location of the fire station if we're looking at lot 12, the old lumberyard lot. What it would conflict with if we decided to move forward with a parking structure, that would be in the area where all of this infrastructure is being proposed.
Okay. And then you, in a list of vehicles that we purchased, you listed the Prius hybrid electric. So do the hybrid electrics satisfy the mandate?
So they're not considered full, forgive me for not getting the right term, but it doesn't meet the full net zero. So right now we are good, but we will need to get to where we're eliminating the gasoline engines.
Okay. It would be helpful, I think, and we won't get it tonight, obviously, but to have a little more clarity on what, you know, exactly what we have to do to stay in compliance with the mandate between now and 2030. So, and then, and this may be more for city manager and one of the issues raised or in the staff report was for us to think about, you know, potential impact of the funding of this on the facilities master plan. Council has previously directed, you know, a phase 1 of that to move forward with priority. Assuming this gets approved tonight, would any of these fund transfers impact our ability to move forward with that?
What do you think about that, Tom?
So I'm thinking we did put money in the budget in the CIP this year to proceed with the conceptual design, and that would be separate from this money. So I think we would be good in this first year. But if we got to a point where we wanted to start constructing that infrastructure, that's where we could potentially be looking at, we could have used this funding. But it's, yeah, so there is a potential, yeah.
Yeah. So the issue for us,
at
go
the
ahead, Bob,
construction
sorry.
phase, but it's not gonna slow down any of the work that's currently been directed and is underway.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So Tom, what's the deadline on the rebate portion?
You know, I haven't been given a hard deadline on that. The deadline to apply, I believe, was fast approaching, but now that we've been selected, there is still, I'll say, an interest in moving fast because as the money gets spent, it has the potential to dry up. So conversations with Edison have been hurry up and spend the money, but they have not provided, like, if it's not spent by this date, you're going to lose it. So it's really based on the pot of available funds.
Thank you.
One more question. So Tom, when we did, I think there were 2 different consultant studies with ICF that were involved with this. And as I recall, the idea was that there would be long-term cost savings from moving to EV based on the cost of mitigating the fuel cost and just the cost of ownership. There was a whole analysis on that. Are the costs that are before us today, are those consistent with that analysis? So in other words, are there going to be cost savings as a result of this? Have we looked at the return on investment and kind of analyzed that? Because hypothetically, if you could have high costs up front, but if you're going to save money over time, that changes the calculus compared to a situation where maybe where you're not getting those returns. So how is that?
Yeah, to answer that, I have not looked and compared, say, this bid price to what was contemplated in the ICF study. But that being said, I think where the savings really comes is in the procurement of the vehicles. And that's something where we would continue to look for other types of incentives and rebates on the purchase of the vehicles to lower that capital cost. But you're correct, though. Over time, the anticipation is that the electric vehicles would be operating at a lower cost, and that feeds into whether it's just the fuel, but also the long-term maintenance of the vehicles.
Tom, what percentage of our gas fleet do we service in-house?
I want to
just very roughly.
I want to say the majority, if not all. I think it's not much that we send out.
Are we to transition to maintaining an electric fleet, or?
Yeah, that's something that over time we will need to be working with our in-house mechanics and getting them trained and learning how to work on those vehicles. So right now they do basic service, for instance, on the Rivians and those vehicles, but that would be certainly something that they'll need to continue to grow and learn on. So right now they're working gasoline, propane, and so they would need to learn the electric.
So I think we've probably, a lot of us have read or heard about some of these electric vehicles, because they're so software dependent. It requires you to go to one of their service providers for service. I would just be interested to see what the future of that is for these commercial. There's actually a problem with heavy farm equipment and getting some of that heavy equipment service. So it'd be interesting to see what the ramifications of that is going forward. Okay, any other questions of staff? None? Okay, I'll open it up to public comments.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council. Nick Aronoff. I just wanted to say I appreciate Councilmember Whalen bringing that up about the fact that 2 of the main sites are potential sites for future parking garages. I think it'd be a good thing to make sure that we're not spending, because I think the corporate yard, it's listed, it's 5.2 million, and I understand some of it's in the back, but how many millions potentially would be spent, and then it takes about a year, and then if within the next year or two a parking garage is approved, then that's going to start breaking ground. So then that fleet in that area is only going to be able, those charging stations will only be used for less than a year before we have to tear them out and move them. And be good to get clarity on if they're movable. Are we having to repurchase more? And also, correct me if I'm wrong, it didn't say anything about hooking up to like solar panels. If that's something in the future that we wanted to do, if the city does purchase solar panels or puts them somewhere, are these able to then hook up off the grid and directly into a smaller solar panel? I don't know what they're called, grouping, because if we do build a parking garage, maybe they're covered with solar panels. I don't know. So that would be, obviously you have to comply with the state mandates, but it would be a real shame to spend several millions of dollars to then a few years later have to tear it all out and build a parking garage and do it all over again. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is Robert Gerling. I'm a resident of Laguna Beach and also owner of an electric vehicle. So I have some experience here with this. So first of all, I want to commend you for actually taking this step and moving forward, even though it's complying with a state mandate. But I have a couple of questions. One is, are all of the charging stations going to be fast charge? Because if they are, then it takes about 30 minutes maximum to charge a vehicle, which means that you're not going to need that many, given the number of vehicles you have. And you get, on a single charge, you get about 200 miles that you can drive the vehicle before you need to recharge. So, you know, I'd like to know whether you've kind of done the calculations in conjunction with the current standards of vehicles, which in a short period of time, instead of getting 200 miles on a charge, you get 400 miles. So it may need a whole lot less charging stations if you put in fast chargers. My second issue is, will these be available to the public? As it stands right now, you just have 2 slow charge stations. And if you want to encourage people, which we should, to own electric vehicles in the city of Laguna Beach in order to improve our environmental status, I think that it's very wise that these charging stations be made available to the public, and anything that you spend takes that into consideration. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Mary Locatelli. I'm hoping somebody can help me a little bit with this because I'm having trouble understanding how this fits in with the discussion we had just a month ago, not even, with the council subcommittee of council members Kemp and Ronagi on efficiency and fiscal sustainability, where we were trying to reduce expenses or increase revenues. And I'd just like to point out some facts. I mean, we're talking about increasing expenses over the next 10 years by at least $280,000 a year. We have a $5 million transfer from something called Future Parking Facilities and Mobility Project. That takes the whole project away. I don't know if that's supposed to relate to other projects as well, or if it was all intended for just this one. And the other $400,000 is coming from something called City Future Facilities Project, and that takes 20% of that away, leaving, you know, 1.9 million for other projects that might come up. So I think that the subcommittee did some really good work. I just think that we need to find a way to balance what they did, or have some kind of a template which fits these kinds of projects, because there's always going to be, everybody's got their own priorities, and there's always going to be something we need to do. We need to do this because of this, this, and this. But how does it fit in with the overall objective of fiscal sustainability? So thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Good evening, I'm Sherry Keith. I'm also owner of the same electric vehicle as Robert Gerling. And we're really delighted that the city is going to move forward in this direction. It's very important as a role model environmentally. I would encourage the city to explore in developing this infrastructure for the city's vehicles, how they might be used as well for the public, in which you could generate revenue. Right now, to do fast charging, if you don't do it at home, if you don't make the installation yourself, you have to go someplace. In my other community, there is infrastructure at commercial sites, but it seems to me the city could also find a way, since fast charging is very rapid, that these chargers would not be in use all the time, that the city could rent them, as we say, to not just locals, but people that are driving from to some of our millions of visitors. So I'd just like to see how that might be a possibility to fit in and generate revenue for the city and maximize the use of this infrastructure investment.
Thank you. Any other speakers? None. I'll close public hearing.
We have one online.
Oh.
Hello,
Oops. Sorry, Ann.
Me. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. My concern is similar to some of the ones that have been discussed, but from a little different angle. And that is, I've mentioned this before, but the council at one time directed that the lot that used to be called the lumberyard lot would be available for downtown visitors and customers and workers to use on a regular basis, as it was before all this construction, and that the city employees would be in a more remote location since they come in and park and leave their car for 8 or more hours every day. They don't need to come and go. And that lumberyard lot is a prime spot for the public to make use of. So the location of these charging units, it seems to me, should be more remote, not where a future building might be put and not in the former lumberyard lot, but in a location where it can stay in place and where it will facilitate having the employees park more remotely. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other online?
No, that was it, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close public hearing, bring it back to council. Any other comments from council?
Yeah, can I ask a question about, so like Tesla chargers are, I think, 325 kilowatts. These are around, is it 120?
Correct. For the highest power DC fast charging,
Okay.
these are targeted 120 kilowatt.
What's the reason for why we would want to have a lower kilowatt, like less, as not the higher kilowatt?
Yeah, that's a great question. One is consistency with the Southern California Edison Charge Ready Transport Program. They have an approved product list, so you need to select product off that specifically. The design that has been done, and please, I don't want to overspeak on here, but the design that's been done that we saw in the RFP for the fast charging is targeted to that size. That design is done via the Charge Ready Transport Program. Then, sorry, one more item on that. The throughput at a Tesla supercharging station is intended to allow vehicles to turn completely around as rapidly as possible. In this case, you're charging on those 120 kilowatt in particular, larger battery, medium duty, less efficient vehicles that will actually stay at those fast chargers for longer than you would have personal Tesla vehicles staying at any fast charger, whether it's 120 or 350, for instance.
So basically, I think that was an important answer, that you base this off of what the city put in the RFP about like the number of chargers and everything. So it's not like you came up with, did analysis about what makes sense where and how do you have enough chargers per car. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, and the elements in the city's RFP were informed, as we saw, stamped by Southern California Edison's design.
But were they based off of, and maybe this is a question for Tom, were they based off of like how many electric chargers that you actually need per vehicle, with the idea that, you know, a vehicle can, I drive an electric vehicle and I can go, 3 or 4 days without charging it, based on, and that's anecdotal, and like obviously it depends on the type of vehicle that we're using, and because different city vehicles have different amounts of travel. Was that analysis done so that we're doing this in the most cost-effective way?
Yes, and so to Andy's point, it was based some on the Edison program, but also it was taking into account the types of vehicles that we're charging, and really the design effort was focused on this being for the city fleet. Especially the vast majority of these chargers would be in secured areas where they wouldn't be accessible to the public. But really, we're looking at those medium to heavy duty vehicles, and not knowing the exact limitations. But an example, I've had conversations. A trolley may only on a full charge last one shift. So it's not apples to apples to say it would go, a range of 200-300 miles.
But did we look at the vehicle usage of all the vehicles and inform this based on that, or did we take like the extreme and apply that as our approach?
No, it was looking at the types of vehicles, and that so we when you look at the layout, there's some areas where we're targeting the medium duty and other areas where we're targeting the light duty. And so the light duties are the areas where I think we would have more opportunity to turn them over and have several multiple vehicles use that. But on the medium to heavy is when we're looking, and also keeping in mind we're anticipating several of these vehicles will be out all day. So they'll be out at the same time performing that service and then having that one charging shift when say the work day's over. So it was a lot of that built into it, contemplating the type of vehicle, the use, and then also when it would be in service.
And then just, sorry, one more question, Sue. So wouldn't it be easy to just come up with a way to look at what are the, go back 5 years, look at the cost of maintenance for the vehicles that we have, look at the cost for gas based on the mileage of each of these vehicles, and then compare that to what the costs are in this contract before us, so we can have an understanding of what is the return on in the return on investment for these dollars, right? Because then it doesn't mean that it needs to be, there's other public policy goals and mandates that it's not like we're in the investment business here, but it seems like wouldn't it be possible to come up with that analysis so that we would know what are because that has cost implications as we're talking about our budget planning and our long-term implementation of our capital plan, but also just looking at our budget as a whole. Like right now, we're kind of going in blind if we don't know how it's going to change our current costs compared to this.
Right.
So is that possible?
Yeah, I think that's certainly possible. And, we got here where those types of studies were looked at as part of the master plan and that implementation plan. And so we're following on that, but we can certainly crunch those numbers.
We did a plan, we did a conceptual plan, but we don't know the cost implications of this proposal in front of us and how that's going to affect our long-term operating costs and how we would budget in the future, right? Is that fair?
If we stayed all gas. If I'm understanding, you're asking for a comparison.
Yeah, so if we look at
gas
the baseline of what are the current gas costs, right? And then if we did this, compare the capital costs to get there, and then look at the operating costs in this agreement and help understand what are the implications, because that has implications for the overall budget in the future.
We could do that exercise. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you insinuating they would have to go back, or do you just want an analysis of a variety of different vehicles? I don't know if there's, say, 5, and the cost to operate an electric version or a gas version?
No, I guess what I'm saying is so when someone's going and looking at getting solar for their house, they're going to look at what is their current electric bill without solar, and then they're going to see, okay, I'm going to get solar and I'm going to have a payback in this amount of time. And and then so what I'm trying to understand here is what are the current costs, because we have to budget for that, right? The current costs of the current fleet, and then what are the implications of this investment on those ongoing costs? I just don't know how we can make a decision for this amount of money, because I think we need to lead by example. I mean, when I got elected, I remember I was on the environmental committee, and George and I were talking, this was a big issue dealing with electrification and everything. It's a priority. As a city, we should lead by example. But hypothetically, we could be investing. The question before us always needs to be, is this the highest and best use of city funds? We could reallocate some of this for solar, hypothetically. I'm not saying that's the highest and best use, but I also appreciate that we're executing on what the council has done. So I don't like the idea of just being in a spinning on consultant studies, but I feel like at a minimum, we need to understand what are the cost implications and the savings over time from this, because that would help inform which of these we'd want to move forward with.
Any other questions or
Yeah.
comments?
I have a question. So did all the grant, other than the incentives that Edison has, are there any other grant opportunities, or did they all dry up?
Well, there's grant opportunities, for instance, to purchase the vehicles, as Tom was mentioning. In fact, we have one to assist us in purchasing the 2 big trolleys.
But I'm talking about infrastructures.
For the infrastructure, the charge ready was all that we had available at this time.
So Alex, are you saying that
Because-
you'd like to do this? And now, 1 second, Sue, I think this might help just a bit.
Okay.
Do this analysis prior to making a decision on this? Because if that's the case, I'd like to ask Tom what the impact that will have on the rebate and how much time this analysis would take. We're making it easy for you tonight.
I know I'm
It's okay. Just
I'm thinking,
if
I
you
mean,
don't
the
know,
next
I
meeting is the
understand.
22nd, September 22nd. I can go back and get together with PowerFlex and others and see if we could turn it around in time to be back for that meeting.
Well, and I'd be willing to even have a special meeting if that's needed based on the SCE requirements. I don't know about my colleagues, but I think this is it would just be one item. But I can't support this contract as is because we don't have an understanding of the budgetary implications of this, and I think that there needs to be some more due diligence on this. That's where I am right now. I want to hear from my colleagues.
It seems to me, since this is a mandate, there's going to be a lot of cities that do not have money for this. This is a lot of money. I just can't see how the state lays down a mandate like this and expects cities to, especially with the costs going up the way they are, that expect all these cities to comply in a short time frame. I mean, I'm for it, but it's just so much money.
Are you concerned if we move this item to September 22nd? Are you concerned that that would jeopardize our ability to get those rebates?
As I mentioned, I haven't been told by Edison like, hey, you're gonna lose the money. But yeah, I can have that conversation tomorrow with them and just see where we stand.
Any other comments from Mayor Pro Tem? How about Council? Oh, go ahead.
Dave, what do you think of? Tell me why I'm wrong in my analysis.
No, you're not wrong. I was
from a budgetary standpoint
going back and forth between the comment that Councilmember Kempf made that this is a mandate, so not something we can get out of. But and I don't want to risk the rebates. But I think as Tom's saying, I think we probably could eke out some additional time because I do think we need to tell the public, hey, this is going to save or cost X million dollars over the next 15 years or 10 years or 20 years. Yeah.
But not just,
and we should be able to do that.
But for our own budgeting.
Yeah.
And then is there a way to more cost effectively procure this? I mean, perhaps we could have a scenario where we have chargers that the public is paying for in the village entrance parking lot during the day. And then at night, we have the city vehicles charged there. Maybe there's a way we could secure it. I feel like I think there's a way to make, I'm all in on electric vehicles. I just think I have questions about the contract before us and whether there's a more cost-effective way to do it, but we don't know if this is the most cost-effective way if we can't understand the long-term cost savings from this.
Maybe teeing off that from PowerFlex's perspective, have you seen other entities that have been able to do the sharing that some of them are available for the public and some are available for the fleet? Sorry, I'm marble mouth today.
Yes, we have seen what we would call hybrid use with some other local governments. I think you do have an opportunity for some of your chargers
not all.
At the corporation yard in front of the fence. Those chargers are in a publicly accessible area. And those chargers, just as they're laid out right now, could be set up to allow for both dual public use, where you could control the rates that you set and charge the public and the revenue that you see back on that, as well as for the fleet use. We've got a variety of tools to be able to enable that for you. But yes, we have seen that.
No, you can't. Public, just, it's okay. Public comments aren't open. Councilmember Whalen, do you have any?
It's been doing this for several decades in
Councilmember Whalen.
public parking lots.
Thank you.
Councilmember Whalen, do you have any input?
Yeah, it sounds like there's momentum to defer this to September 22nd. When it comes back, I mean, just my questions to Tom earlier. I mean, this is a mandate. I want to be reminded of what the mandate is and what the repercussions, if any, of failing to comply with the mandate are. There may be financial penalties. I don't know. And so I'd like to see that there. I like the idea of, the joint use. I also would say, as an owner, 10-year owner of a Tesla now, speed makes a difference. And, especially on the public stations, I don't know if we can, and there may be a trade-off there where you increase the speed and give up on the non-police ones, or some of the public ones where you increase the speed, even in exchange for losing the rebate, because over time that may, the revenues realized from that may be more than the cost of the lost rebate. And I think looking backwards, I mean, just again, as a long-term owner of an electric vehicle, the operation and maintenance costs are going to be, substantially less than a gas vehicle. I mean, it's, just the gasoline alone, but beyond that, there's just the service. You're not dealing with, tune-ups and replacing your spark plugs and all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot less money on a maintenance basis.
I support the idea of looking at this again at the scheduled September meeting with a robust financial analysis of the maintenance costs of our current fleet versus what the maintenance and operations of this infrastructure, as well as kind of like a capitalized version of the installation costs. I think that I would very much support hybrid public and city use chargers. I think that's really critical.
I would like to understand if we do take advantage of the rebates, and you had mentioned that there are specific equipment that is tied to that. I would like to understand if that equipment has any limitations that we are foregoing to get the rebate. Bob mentioned one of them. Maybe if there's a certain equipment that might service quicker or be better or more efficient, I would be interested if we're foregoing any of that for the rebate so we could measure that.
I do think I agree with Councilmember Whalen that speed really matters in terms of charging. I'm less concerned about public chargers at the courtyard because I think people tend to leave their cars there for a longer period of time than I would be if they were based in the downtown area.
Yeah, and I think that, there was the option raised earlier, but we could just pick one of these 3 items, but we don't have the analysis in front of us. So I think the goal is to get that analysis that Councilmember or that Mayor Pro Tem you were describing, but then also look at, how can we, I think the goal here is how can we most cost effectively move this forward? Because I agree with Bob. I mean, I love my electric vehicle. Not only is it less cost over time, as he said, but it drives me around so I don't have to drive. So I think it's a great, I'm convinced that the city is going to be better off by moving towards electric vehicle, and that will save money over time. But
I would also, sorry,
Go ahead.
Tom, if you hear from Edison that by pushing this agenda item to September, we're jeopardizing our rebates, I would appreciate hearing that from the city manager's office or from your office, and maybe we could schedule a special meeting and excuse Councilmember Kempf.
Good idea.
Okay, then how would we like to proceed?
Also, we need to find out if we're going to get put in the penalty box if we don't do this in a time frame that.
Just ask that this be continued to September 22nd with, I think Tom and I know what you've asked for.
With more robust analysis, including cost implications, and then also analysis of alternatives to do this more cost effectively and achieve regulatory requirements, but also reduce our electric vehicle emissions, because I think that is a goal of the city.
Right.
And understand any limitations tied to the rebates. And then we will postpone this meeting and this agenda item until September 23rd, 22nd.
Unless, to Hallie's point.
Yeah.
So
unless we find information otherwise that we're going to lose the rebates, and you'll let us know, and we might have a special meeting.
So I'd make the motion that Dave suggested.
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Kim,
Yes.
Councilmember Ranagi,
Yes.
Councilmember Whalen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones.
Yes.
Mayor Orgill.
Yes.
Thank you for your work
You
on this.
guys,
Thank you.
Take a break, Mayor. Mayor,
excuse me?
can we take a break?
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. start with, excuse me, Madam Attorney, we're starting the meeting.
He's cracking the whip, man.
Gee,
Hold on.
it's Mayor Pro Tem. She has been.
No, you can't, and you're the mayor, you can't blame somebody else. You're responsible. You're in so much trouble tonight. Sorry, in trouble.
You can't pass the buck when you're at the top. That's a bummer. Okay. Agenda item number 22, start with our staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll keep this brief. Item number 22 is an ordinance that would extend the design review efficiency ordinance. At your meeting on July 21st, the City Council adopted the urgency and non-urgency versions of the DR efficiency ordinance. The stated reasons for adopting the urgency ordinance include preventing the city from falling back into an application backlog, particularly in light of certain state mandated housing laws that require efficient and timely processing. This urgency ordinance is set to expire on September 4th, and under state law, an urgency ordinance can be extended for 22 months and 15 days. To do so, the city is required to issue a written report describing the measures taken to alleviate the condition which led to the initial adoption of the urgency ordinance. Notably, since your July 21st hearing, city staff has filed the non-urgency version of the ordinance and requested Coastal Commission certification of an LCP amendment. Tonight, city staff is recommending this extension so that the DR efficiency ordinance can continue to be implemented while the Coastal Commission's review remains ongoing. A 4/5 vote is required to grant this extension. So staff's recommended action this evening is to adopt an ordinance that extends the urgency ordinance and to adopt the required 10-day report and to find these actions exempt from CEQA. That concludes the staff presentation, and both Jane Abzug, Assistant City Attorney, and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of staff from council? None? Councilmember Whalen, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, I will open public testimony. Is there any public testimony on this item?
Deborah Lawton, Woods Cove resident. And going back to the urgency on I guess it's 1732 ordinance number on 7/21/26. I have two suggestions to add to it. First is, I understand that we want to make things more efficient, but we should have there should be a check and balance to having staff sign off on this, because some of you weren't around when we had 11 Lagunita happen. And just to refresh your memory, that was a remodel that was that staff had decided was minor. And it included putting in a seawall, and the house was taken down to the studs. And the Coastal Commission didn't quite agree that that was a minor remodel. And there were 3 court cases that the city joined with the applicant of the house to question Coastal Commission's appeal. And I couldn't find how much it cost us to do those 3 court cases. The final one went to the state Supreme Court, which basically threw it out and said, no, city, So anyway, the owners had to take down that seawall and reduce the property to 1/2. So that's why we need a check and balance put into those fast staff things somewhere to put an extra check. The second thing was the filing fees. I don't think the filing fee of $2,500 for residents if they do an appeal is quite fair. As Matt mentioned, at the Dana Point, which has a bigger population than we do, they have 33,000 people. They're only charging $500 for an appeal. Huntington Beach, of course, charges a lot more at $4,000, but they have 196,000 people. That population's a lot bigger than ours. So I think you don't want to extinguish residents appealing an action that was signed off by staff without a check and balance. So those are the two controls I'm suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this? None. I'll close public testimony and bring it back to council. Do staff have any reaction to the public testimony?
Thank you, Mayor. Wanted to clarify that this ordinance does not modify your adopted fee schedule. And so there is no change that was adopted to the appeal fee, to the adopted appeal fee of $2,500. That has been the appeal fee prior to your July 21st action on this ordinance, and that continues to be the city's appeal fee. Regarding the 11 Lagunita example, while I'm not intimately familiar with that particular project, I have heard about it. We certainly take our duties very seriously. Whether projects were exempt prior to the DR efficiency ordinance or would be exempt under this ordinance, no staff member is making decisions in isolation unless they are truly de minimis over the counter type of reviews. But if we are doing a proper zoning plan check, which a project like 11 Lagunita would be, we do have procedures in place that involve multiple sets of eyes on projects before we issue corrections or make final decisions on applications.
Thank you. Any comments from council? Councilmember Whalen?
Sorry, I'm just getting off mute. No, I don't have any comments. I'm prepared to move with the action.
Any online comments? None? Okay.
I'll move the recommended
Let
action.
me close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Kemp,
Yes.
Councilmember Ranagi,
Yes.
Councilmember Whalen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones,
Yes.
Mayor Orgill.
Yes. Okay, we will now move to Appeal A. In Appeal A, we are going to postpone the hearing to a later date. So I will ask if there's any public comments on this particular item.
Just curious, why was it, did we push it because of staff issues, or why are we pushing it?
I don't remember. It's for 31552 Eagle Rock Way, by the way. So
Thank you for that question. Staff wanted to accommodate all of the parties involved or with an interest in the project. The applicant is agreeable to the September 22nd continuance.
Okay.
any comments on this? None, I'll close public hearing. And do we have a motion to postpone the hearing till September 22nd?
I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second. Roll call?
Councilmember Kemp?
Yes.
Councilmember Nagy?
Yes.
Councilmember Whalen?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Yes.
Mayor Orgill?
Yes. Okay, this brings us to Appeal B. Excuse me. You can hand me that.
All right, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Agenda item Appeal B is returning to the City Council as a continued public hearing on the appeal of the Design Review Board's approval of Design Review Coastal Development Permit and variance applications for 31985 and 31987 Coast Highway. At its May 13th meeting, the City Council continued the matter to allow the applicant to evaluate potential design modifications and directed staff to assess whether more restrictive conditions of approval could address the City Council's concerns. The slide shows the location of the subject property in South Laguna near the intersection of Coast Highway and 10th Avenue. The site is on the ocean side of the highway in an established coastal residential area that's characterized by bluff-top development, varied lot configurations, as well as a mix of one and multi-story homes. The proposed project includes the demolition of the existing residence and construction of an approximately 6,500 square foot single-family residence with a two-car garage, elevated decks, an elevator height exception, new vehicular access, grading, retaining walls, a pool and spa, landscaping, and improvements that are located within an environmentally sensitive area due to its coastal location. The project also includes the reconstruction of the existing funicular and associated bluff access improvements. Design review and a coastal development permit are required, along with variances for the funicular and the bluff improvements, and for walls and a driveway gate that exceed the maximum permitted height within the front yard setback. To provide some background, on February 26th, the Design Review Board approved the project by a 4-0 vote, subject to added conditions of approval. Those project-specific conditions included moving the house an additional 5 feet to provide a 13-foot south side setback and relocating the electrical panel inside the garage. Also constructing a lifeguard locker with water and electrical service at the base of the funicular and retaining existing stairs and improvements with related easement and maintenance provisions. On March 10th, Brian Mena filed an appeal of that decision with 8 contentions. And then at the May 13th City Council hearing, the council considered the appeal, took public testimony, and continued the matter to August 4th in order to allow the applicant to evaluate potential design modifications and to reduce specifically the building's perceived height along Coast Highway, and then directed staff to evaluate whether those changes could be implemented through more restrictive conditions of approval, as the council may not consider new project plans as part of this appeal. And that brings us to today's second appeal hearing on the matter. At the May 13th appeal hearing, I just wanted to go over specifically the City Council's direction. The council discussed concerns that the proposed design could face challenges before the California Coastal Commission based on the coastal staff recommendation that had been recently issued in the RENA project that is located at 31451 Coast Highway. The council members emphasized reducing the building's visual prominence from Coast Highway, preserving scenic public views, and improving consistency with the Coastal Commission's evolving approach to bluff-top development. The applicant expressed a willingness to evaluate design refinements, such as lowering the building and other modifications that could be implemented through additional conditions of approval. But they also did note that a complete redesign was not feasible at this stage. The council then continued the hearing to August 4th to allow the applicant and staff to evaluate the potential modifications and return with recommended more restrictive conditions of approval. This slide summarizes a key aspect of the Coastal Commission's RENA decision regarding bluff edge determination. Both the city and the Coastal Commission rely on the Certified Local Coastal Program when determining the bluff edge, as well as applicable development standards. While the Coastal Commission's geologist identified a more landward bluff edge, the Commission concluded that applying that determination, in this case, would result in a regulatory taking. As a result, the Commission relied on the building stringline provision in the Local Coastal Program, which allows development to be sited using the established line of development, provided it remains at least 25 feet from the bluff edge. In RENA, the Coastal Commission applied the building stringline to avoid a taking under the Coastal Act while still protecting coastal resources. The Commission found that using the building stringline appropriately balanced private property rights with the protection of bluff stability and coastal habitat. It's also important to distinguish RENA from the project before the council tonight. In this case, the proposed project complies with both the city's bluff edge determination and setback, as well as the stringline setback. In addition to the bluff edge, considerations, the Coastal Commission also evaluated the project's impacts on public coastal views. The Commission relied on LCP Policy 7M, which calls for preserving existing public views where feasible and where topography allows, terracing development below the grade of Coast Highway. In the RENA case, the Commission balanced these policies with the site's physical constraints by assuming the steepest allowable driveway and then lowering the residence as much as feasible. Ultimately, the project was limited to approximately 2 feet, 11 inches above Coast Highway, and this is reflecting the maximum height that the Commission determined the site's topography could accommodate while minimizing impacts to public views. Following the May 13th hearing, the applicant evaluated potential modifications to reduce the project's visual appearance from Coast Highway while maintaining the approved design. The proposed changes include shifting the residence farther north to increase the south side setback to from 13 feet to 16 feet, and widening the public view corridor and providing a combined side setback of 26 feet 3 inches, which exceeds the code requirement. The applicant also proposes reducing the maximum roof height by 4 feet for the main residence and 3.5 feet for the garage. These modifications are reflected in figures 3 and 4 on page 7 of the staff report, as well as on the slide before you. Also, the revised roof elevations were restaked on the site for public viewing. This slide outlines a proposed more restrictive condition of approval, which is noted on pages 7 and 8 of the staff report, that would require the applicant to revise the plans before a building permit is issued. The revised plans would need to first provide a minimum of 16 foot for the south setback and a 10-foot 3-inch north setback for a combined side yard setback of 26 feet 3 inches. It would also require to reduce the maximum roof elevation to 163.5 for the main residence and 162 for the garage. These plans would need to be reviewed and approved by the Director of Community Development in order to confirm compliance with the Council's direction, the Laguna Beach Municipal Code, and all applicable conditions of approval. Staff would verify compliance during the building permit review and then would not issue a permit unless all requirements were satisfied. Staff would also like to further clarify the distinction between this project and the RENA project. As previously noted, in RENA, the building string line was used as an alternative method to establish the line of development. Here, the city's bluff-top setback already provides the more restrictive standard and is the controlling factor for the project footprint. Additionally, the proposed development is set back beyond the required bluff-top setback, ranging from approximately 11 to 17 feet further inland, providing further separation from the bluff edge. As a result, the project is evaluated under the applicable bluff-top setback requirements, which continue to govern the location of development on the site. Staff's analysis also considered the project's potential impacts on coastal view corridors. The proposed modifications, including reduced roof elevations and increased setbacks, further protect both the public and the private views, coastal views, to the maximum extent feasible, while also maintaining a reasonable development envelope. With these changes, the resulting view corridors are consistent with those established by other recent projects along Coast Highway and continue to meet the city's applicable view protection standards. This slide is a project comparison table. It compares the subject property with several recent oceanfront projects that have been discussed throughout this appeal. One important distinction is that the Krishna property, subject to the appeal tonight, is already developed with a 2-story single-family residence, whereas the RENA, the formerly Shop-Off, and the property located at 32005 Coast Highway sites were vacant at the time of their approvals. As a result, this project begins with existing building mass that currently limits public views. This table also compares the amount of building visible from Coast Highway. With the proposed modifications, the subject project would range from approximately 1.4 feet above the curb on the south side to about 4.5 feet on the north side, reflecting the site's sloping frontage. By comparison, the Coastal Commission approved the RENA project at 2 feet 11 inches above Coast Highway, while the Shop-Off project was approved at approximately curb elevation. Finally, the table highlights the existing view corridors. Unlike the vacant comparison sites, this property, which has a width of approximately 100 feet, is currently provides an existing view corridor of approximately 45 feet. As discussed earlier, and that's on the on the south side. As discussed earlier, the proposed project maintains and enhances public viewing opportunities through increased setbacks and reduced building height while accounting for the site's existing development and the unique topography. This comparison illustrates that each project is governed by its own site conditions and constraints. And while recent Coastal Commission decisions provide useful context, they are not always directly transferable from one property to another. Public correspondence was received on this item, including further comments from the appellant. The primary concerns focus on preservation of coastal views, project height and massing, consistency with recent Coastal Commission decisions, bluff edge considerations, as well as neighborhood compatibility. Many comments requested additional reductions in height and building size, increased setbacks, and modifications intended to improve coastal defensibility. This slide summarizes the appellant's comments regarding a potential Coastal Commission appeal. At both the May 13th hearing and in subsequent correspondence, the appellant stated they would not appeal if the project incorporated additional modifications, including a 30-foot south setback and a roof line at curb elevation. Staff considered these requests as part of the supplemental analysis and the recommended more restrictive conditions before the council tonight. This slide summarizes the additional height reduction condition evaluated by staff in response to the council's direction. Staff recommends consideration of an additional 1 foot reduction to the residence height, excluding the garage. And this would be to further reduce visual impacts and improve consistency with the city's scenic view policies. With this modification, the project would provide a 16-foot south side view corridor and a 10-foot 3-inch north side view corridor. Additionally, approximately 41.5 feet of the structure would remain at or below the height approved for the RENA project, with only approximately 30.5 feet extending above that elevation. This condition is intended to further advance the objective of the Open Space and Conservation Element Policy 7M by preserving the existing views where feasible and reducing the visual prominence of new development that's located along Coast Highway. It's also important to recognize that unlike RENA, this is not a vacant oceanfront lot. The property currently contains a 2-story residence with approximately 29 feet of building width that's visible from Coast Highway and a height of approximately 16 feet above the curb elevation. The proposed reductions and setbacks therefore improve view opportunities compared to the existing developed condition. The images presented here provide a comparison of the existing view corridor condition and the condition recommended by staff. Oh. Okay, it's back. As shown in the existing condition, there is currently an approximately 45-foot wide view corridor. The staff recommended condition would expand that corridor to approximately 60 feet while ensuring that any structure within this area is maintained at or below the RENA project's established height above curb elevation, which is approximately 2 feet, 11 inches. The purpose of this recommended condition is to preserve the openness of the view corridor and minimize potential visual impacts while allowing for appropriate development on the site. The comparison images demonstrate the difference between the existing condition and the proposed staff recommendation, including the increased corridor width and the associated height limitation. To achieve this outcome, staff is recommending the additional 1 foot reduction to the height of the main residence to be at an elevation of 162.5. This adjustment is intended to maintain the desired view corridor relationship and ensure that the project's massing remains consistent with the recommended visual parameters. Overall, staff's recommendation represents a balanced approach that preserves a wider view corridor, limits the height of structures within that corridor, and addresses concerns related to maintaining important views from the surrounding area. This slide provides comparison to the RENA project. that is located at 31451 Coast Highway regarding building height and view preservation. The Rayner project was limited to a height of 2 feet 11 inches above the curve as mentioned, and the Coastal Commission found that the public ocean views would be maintained over the residents. That project, however, was located on a vacant lot with an 80-foot 9-inch width, resulting in an equivalent view corridor. In contrast, this site is not vacant and currently has an approximately 45-foot wide view corridor. With the staff recommended conditions, the view corridor would increase to approximately 60 feet within the area, limited to a maximum height of 2 feet 11 inches above curb. The remaining portion of the lot would continue to allow for some views over the structure with heights ranging from approximately 3 feet to 4 feet 7 inches. Overall, the staff recommendation increases the view corridor beyond existing conditions while maintaining consistency with the intent of preserving public ocean views. Staff is recommending 3 additional, more restrictive conditions of approval to address the view preservation and further reduce potential visual impacts. First, staff recommends reducing the maximum building height by 1 foot to an elevation of 162.5 feet, with the garage limited to an elevation of 162 feet, consistent with the applicant's proposal. Second, to preserve views over and across the structure, no improvements, as defined by section 25.08.018 of the municipal code, would be permitted to extend above the established building envelope, whether located in the front of or behind the residence. The third condition within the identified view corridor between the south property line and the south corner of the garage, no improvement would exceed 16 inches above curb height. Is that 16? Is that correct? Okay. Including ground cover and other at-grade landscaping. Together, these conditions provide additional limitations on height, building mass, and potential obstructions to ensure continued protection of public views. The proposed changes to the fence, guardrail, and related site improvements needed to comply with the recommendations are identified on this slide. To meet these conditions, the retaining wall, guardrail, and gate would be relocated further into the property, which would reduce the size of the motor court area. The broken red line represents the existing grade. The proposed retaining wall and the related improvements would be constructed at a lower elevation and with a greater setback from the street, following the existing site topography. These modifications would address the visual and site design concerns while maintaining compliance with all applicable zoning code requirements. This slide outlines the options available for City Council action. Staff's recommendation this evening, as discussed, is to uphold the board's approval subject to imposing more restrictive conditions of approval. Based on the analysis presented, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Design Review Board's conditional approval of the Design Review Coastal Development Permit and variance entitlements. Staff further recommends approval of the project subject to 3 additional, more restrictive conditions of approval intended to enhance the view preservation as well as reduce potential visual impacts. These conditions include the 1-foot reduction in the maximum building height to elevation 162.5 feet, with the garage limited to elevation 162 feet, a requirement that no improvements extend above the approved building envelope to preserve views over and across the residence, and a limitation on improvements within the south view corridor to no more than 16 inches above the curb height, including landscaping. With these additional conditions, staff finds that the project provides an appropriate balance between allowing development of the property while protecting public views and addressing the concerns that were raised throughout this appeal process. Staff also recommends that the council find the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Equality Act. This concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we open public testimony, I'm going to ask if any city council members have ex parte communications to announce.
I met with Brian Mena and with Morris Skandarian.
As did I.
I met with Brian Mena and had a call with Morris Skandarian.
I met with both Brian and Morris.
I spoke with Brian and met with Morris at the site.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'll open public testimony and I will allow, starting with the appellant, 5 minutes.
Good evening, Brian Mena. Slideshow of presentation PowerPoint on the project. If we could go to the next slide. The original project was the DePaulo residence, which was 68 feet wide and a 30-foot buffer to the top that protected the top of slope. The top of slope goes up to that dashed line as you see on there. And the previous home had a roof height of 156, I believe it was, and the house itself was 148. The driveway came in at 160. The location of the driveway dropped down into that higher roof part you see, and it was demolished in 2017, I believe it was. And what we're looking for is the 30-foot separation kept from the Peterson residence, which has always had that separation. And that also protects at the same time the bluff top setback that goes all the way up to that dotted line. And that line is also the same line as the chief geologist from the Coastal Commission, which has established 146 or 147 in that location as the top of bluff, which is similar to another project. Next slide. This is a oblique of all 11 homes that are adjacent to this property. Every single one of those 11 homes in front of the property are at least 7 to 20 to 50 feet below. If you see number 7, that's about 50 feet below. It goes down a large follicular, 40 or 50 feet, I'm not exactly sure. But the next 2 houses to the right, all the way to lot 11, every one of those roof lines are more than 7 feet below. So all we're asking for is that we follow measure M and that the policy of the roof would be at or below the curb height. And the biggest thing about the view corridor, next slide, please, is the 45-foot view corridor, as seen from walking along Coast Highway, is 16 feet higher than you can see down. So you can actually see the waves. I sent you all an email that shows you the waves breaking in this view. So we're not talking about a level view and trying to salvage that straight view across the top of a roof, such as in Reyna. And Reyna was set up as a 2 foot 11 inches because that's the height of the topography that was on the site, 2 foot 11 inches, and a retaining wall that was on the property. It wasn't the gradient of the roadway going down. It was, you can't put it any higher than would have been blocked by the Coast Highway for the visuals. So on this property, there isn't a single piece of topography that is above the curb height. So everything is below. So you can't grant something that was protected by the scenic highways corridor and also the all the various sections of the city policies. So these policies were established, like the 2018 was established for when you go across the site, you would see everything that you see in the blue arrows there. That would create a view corridor that is larger than the West Street corridor. That's 180 foot with probably an oblique of maybe 200 feet wide. This, with those 90-degree angles looking from both sides of each side of the property, would be an over 300-foot corridor to view over the project. All we're asking for is not the full 45, but a 30-foot to protect that coastal bluff. And with that coastal bluff protected, the client would also then be able to build within the 68-foot boundary that was on the original house. Because if you exceed that and make this 78-foot wide house that they're now proposing, you would be interjecting into the coastal bluff setback of the geologist for the Coastal Commission that is established at 147. Next slide. The bottom, you see all the widths of the houses. 68 would be the widest on the entire bay. On the 105-foot wide width, that you could build a 68-foot and still maintain the 30-foot minimum setback to the building. At the bottom, you'll see the maximum size of comparable character. It would be an 8,003 suits combined. Next slide.
Can you finish up in a minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So these are the policies that were established by the city. I don't think it behooves the city to ignore their policies and write a 195-page report that basically explains away views, explains away the policies, and just bends the rules for this project. Next slide. 3.10 is very important. It talks about the scenic corridor and maintaining the low profile of structures. Next slide. The design of the new site, anything should protect the unique site quality, scenic quality. Well, that 40-foot corridor provides a corridor that looks down to the surf. No other corridor does that except we're at Aliso or that you're at the Montage. Next slide. And the most important one, I think, is policy M, that no new development shall be terraced, and shall be built to preserve. New development would be preserving the existing views. New development shall be terraced below the grade of Coast Highway. If the owner of this project got to be at 0 setback above the Coast Highway, they would still be 7 feet high to 20 feet higher than any other house on the entire bay. So I think that's more than considerate to make it that level. And it's surely feasible because all 11 homes had ways to get into access, and the existing driveway can be maintained. Next slide. So the scenic highways was something that was created in 2018. I don't think you want to create variances that deviate and immediately cancel out what you created to save those views. So anything sticking up above Coast Highway is a violation of that scenic corridor. It was just created. It would be silly for the city to shoot itself in the foot. They just created something to get a 300-foot corridor, and now you're not going to have it because you're going to give somebody fencing that blocks those views. So cars on Coast Highway need to be at 30 inches to be able to see over and see down into the waves.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any speakers to speak in favor of the appeal?
Hi, Pat Minna. Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank the reiteration that's happening. I think they're trying to make it work. This staff report for this appeal was 195 pages. I cannot believe staff is working this hard for this one project to go against all of our planning documents. Next slide, please. So on page 23, it basically says, and this is what started the whole mess here, is that it is a public ocean view. It's a resource. And on the original DR meeting, the staff report aired. So DR was tainted when they were evaluating it. Next slide, please. So the key error was in that first hearing. Next slide, please. On page 8 of this 195-page staff report, next slide, it deals further with, it blocks the recognized public view, and this also contradicts the precedent setting that's just going on with the Reyna property. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I didn't want to get rid of all the context. This is the awful statement when we were on site and the two DRs, Gannon and Coveney, they had already said, well, this isn't a public view resource. They were already tainted from the original staff report. Next slide, please. So in this page 10 of this 195 page, next slide, please, it goes further into reiterating. And not only that, staff went above and beyond to deal with some coastal stuff. These are the two examples they gave were San Diego Coast District. I pulled up the addresses. I Googled it. I pulled up those reports. Next slide, please. No comparison. One is in Del Mar on a little side street, and one is on Mission Bay. Not even a public scenic corridor highway. So remand this back to the board for redesign. Next slide, please. What I'm not understanding about these new plans, and it's now been restaked, a change of this magnitude is a redesign, routing it through a single staff member's substantial conformance review. New plans around the DR and the public, the very review the code requires. The applicant even restaked the reduced design. You don't restake a condition, you restake a new design. It needs to be remanded back. I applaud the changes. That's a great start. It needs to have full review. Next slide, please.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Next slide. I think that might be it. Anyway, and I do thank everyone that's been coming out. We have an opportunity, Laguna Beach. This is who we are. All these current documents, the land use, the element, the coastal development, this is a current project and we can embrace it and make it the best we can because we have those documents. And that's what I want to encourage. Everything else in that lineup happened in county days and they were well below Coast Highway. So what does that tell you? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in favor of the appeal?
Good evening, Karen Louisi. This driveway that allows you to see all the way down to the waves, that's never been built on. That is an established vacant public view. This house that's being proposed on a lot line adjustment, much bigger land. I don't know, I thought there were variances, but I didn't hear them mentioned tonight. So if there's variances on a lot line adjustment, that just doesn't make any sense to me from my experience. And also, so you need to protect this view and just pull it out. It doesn't meet the pattern of development. What you've got, this house is probably the largest one in this. The Coastal Commission is going to have a look at this like they did Shop Off and like they did Raina and like they did the property to the south, of which the Coastal Commission appealed the project themselves because it didn't conform with what they consider the pattern of development and the proper way to construct things on the coast. So consider that. Vacant public view is important. And one more thing that I really think is important, since 2018, when they do construction, don't let them put the construction fence on Coast Highway that's 6 feet tall with a green screen. We've been looking at that. I work in Dana Point. I've been looking at that green wall for a very long time. And I tried to get Mr. Jeanette to take it down and he wouldn't take it down. So when it does go into construction, just make them put this fence lower. So while it's under construction for 2 or 3 or like Shop Off, 7 years, we don't have to look at a green fence. So that's it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
We have one online.
Okay. This is in support of the appeal.
Correct. Anne, you may go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Council. I have to admire staff's dedication to the detail of this and their explanation and all the criteria that they've examined. And to me, all that tells me is this appeal should be granted, not denied. And there are serious problems with this, the size of the house and the view preservation issue. And they're tied together. And there would be a better solution if this project just was redesigned. And you have sensed that because you sent them away to look at it and see what could be done in terms of some kind of conditions to avoid having to deny the project and approve the appeal. But I think we have to be emphatic and just make them reevaluate this situation. And what comes to mind is the fence at the parking garage on the south side of Montage. And I don't know if you were watching the TV at that time. Most of you were not on the council then. Cheryl Kinsman and others were, but they intentionally dropped that level of that park that's on top of the parking garage because they recognized that a straight out lawn area was going to block views. That the further out you go with a certain level, the more view of the ocean is blocked. It has to step down more the further down you get on the hill in order that the line of sight is taken into account. So I hope that you will just grant the appeal and let's look for a different solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the appeal?
That's all that's on Zoom.
Okay, then we'll move on to the applicant presentation.
Good evening, Council. Morris Kandarian. I'm part of the design team with Jeff Summage. The appellant's assertions were so full of inaccuracies and false information, I'm not going to even begin to address each and every one of them. But I'd like to read some of my thoughts. It'll take me about 5 minutes. So thank you for the opportunity to address you again regarding the appeal of our project. Following the May 13th appeal hearing, the applicant carefully reviewed the council's comments concerning the preservation of public coastal views and the intent of the city's land use element policies. In response, the project has been substantially revised to further enhance public views while maintaining a reasonable and safe development of the property. The project roof has been lowered by 4 feet. This reduction was achieved through elimination of parapets, simplification of roof forms, and reduction in selected interior ceiling heights. The floor elevations remain substantially unchanged because lowering the building further would require the lowering of the garage and the driveway. And given the site's steep topography, this would create an excessive driveway grade, compromise the safety of our vehicles, and likely necessitate a variance. As revised, the roof extends only approximately 1.37 feet above Coast Highway on the south side, and on the north side, 4.6. And if you take those two heights and average them with considering the highway slope, the average height is 2 feet 11 inches. Coincidentally, it's the same as the Reyna project. The project has been shifted northward on the site to increase the primary public view corridor from 13 feet as approved by design review to 16 feet that we're currently proposing. And although the northerly side yard setback has reduced, it remains approximately 10 feet from the property line, which substantially exceeds the minimum code requirement of 5 feet. As a result of these revisions, public views of the ocean and Catalina Island are preserved across the property and through both side yard view corridors. In addition, guardrails within the front setback can be lowered after discussion with staff to maintain an unobstructed downward view within those view corridors. The principal issue before the council is whether the revised project satisfies the intent of the city's policy and preserves public coastal views where topography permits. The Design Review Board unanimously concluded that the original project met this objective and approved it 4-0. Nonetheless, the applicant took the council's concerns seriously and has made significant modifications. The revised design now incorporates the same 2 principal features recently required by the Coastal Commission in its review of the Rhina project. Even though these projects are distinctly different in their topography, their location, their proximity to view intersection and public access. A reduction in the height of 4 feet, which was required of the Rhina project, creation of a 16-foot wide view corridor. These revisions were specifically undertaken to maximize public views over and through the property while maintaining a feasible residential development. While the approval of the existing residents and substantial view obstructing vegetation, public views available from Coast Highway will be significantly enhanced compared to the existing conditions. While comparisons have been made to the Coastal Commission review of the Rhina residents, the two properties occupy materially different physical settings. The Rhina property is a vacant lot located adjacent to a signalized intersection with public beach access. Public views from that location are naturally broader because of the open intersection, public stairway, and beach access immediately adjoining the site. The applicant's property presents a different circumstance. The site is currently occupied by two-story residents, mature vegetation that substantially obstructs views from the property. The project removes these conditions, removes the obstructions, and replaces them with a design that provides public view opportunities through the widened side yards as well as over the entire roof of the property. In addition, the nearest public beach access point is located 200 feet north at the 8th Street signal, where expansive public views already exist. Accordingly, the context and viewing conditions differ substantially as considered under the Rhina matter. In conclusion, the city's land use element recognizes that the public coastal views should be preserved where topography permits. The revised project achieves that objective to the substantial degree while recognizing the practical constraints of a steep hillside. The applicant has responded directly to the concerns raised by the council by lowering the project 4 feet and expanding the southerly public view and maintaining a northerly public view as well of 10 feet. The revised design elements are a thoughtful balance between preservation of public views, site safety, and the property owner's right to develop the property in a manner consistent with city policies and acts. We respectfully request that the city council approve the project as revised and deny the appeal. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Any public speakers in support of the project? Okay, we'll move on to the rebuttal for the appellant.
Thank you, Mayor. They're talking about the West Street as a unique view and over a vacant lot. This property has far exceeded the potential because you can see the ocean down through a 45-foot existing corridor. The existing driveway should be maintained. The project should be redesigned, and the floor plan should be flipped and squeezed down to the 68-foot to retain that 68-foot width, maximum width. No other property on that cove has a house that wide. It's 78 feet what they're proposing. So by moving it the other 5 feet north to where the old house used to be and having the 30 feet setback is quite the compromise from 45 to go to 30. And that would also play into them not interfering with the Coastal Commission's setback of the bluff top setback, which there certainly is going to come into play. The main thing that happened here that is on just last week, the Coastal Commission filed on 32005, 3 houses to the south. I showed it all to you on the site. That's a 40-foot window, and they said you've blocked all of the public views through that property, and it has to be reconsidered. And the city failed in that regard. So why defeat and defeat the 2018 scenic highway resource and grant variances to destroy that scenic highway. This is a better view than even at West Street, and the cars are stopped 200 times a day to view that, as well as it's the most popular beach for anybody to go to in Laguna Beach, with 10,000 visitors in 1 week on Memorial Week. So this is the key view. There's only 5 left there was only 5 in South Laguna, and this is the key one that would be even larger than West Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff? Does staff have a response to any of the testimony?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. As part of the public comments, it was pointed out that there are existing residences that are built to a roof line that's fully at or below the curb height at Coast Highway. Now, some of those comparisons, those structures in some cases do appear to encroach into the bluff top setback or onto the bluff face itself. This project was designed to comply with the required 25-foot bluff top setback. There are a number of constraints that this project was designed to. That is one of the more significant constraints. Inches above Coast Highway may have been for some reason other than topography. Just wanted to briefly share an excerpt from that Coastal Commission staff report. This is an explanation of this reduced project alternative with a roof height not to exceed 2 feet 11 inches. It explains that this project is designed to maximize the driveway slope in accordance with city requirements, and that the building was lowered into the site to the extent feasible and, as I quote, as allowed by the topography of the project site. There was also some reference to the landscape and scenic highways element of the city. Appreciate those references. I did want to point out for the council's consideration that the purpose statement in that element of the general plan does clarify that the landscape and scenic highways element is intended to evaluate landscaping specifically. It does state that the landscape and scenic highways element evaluates most aspects of community design except for infrastructure, architecture, transportation circulation, and parking. There's also some concern about the extent of the proposed design modifications. I did want to explain to the City Council and to the members of the public that design review decisions sometimes are conditionally approved with reduced heights or increased setbacks. And so this is not, in staff's opinion, an unusual situation. The design review board has in the past directed restaking to visualize reduced heights. Here, although I don't believe the City Council at its last meeting specifically directed restaking as a requirement, the project was restaked to reflect the applicant's proposed 4-foot height reduction and the shifting of the building footprint 3 feet to the north.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions of council of the applicant, the appellant, or staff? Any questions before I close the public hearing? Councilmember Wayland, any questions?
No, not at this point.
Okay, I will close the public testimony and bring it back. Who'd like to start?
Well, I guess I do have one question. So it's a question for Morris. You wouldn't mind coming up? If you could open the public hearing, Mark. Open the public hearing.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm opening the public hearing.
Yeah, my question is, so the staff recommendation was to lower it another foot. What do you think about that?
If that was the consensus of the council, it would reduce ceiling heights even more. It impacts the aesthetic of the house. And I don't think 1 foot makes a dramatic difference. it'll make a dramatic difference to the design. But if you look at the handout that I gave you, that's what I believe you're going to see with the roof where it is. And you've seen it on site as well. So although we didn't have a clear view of Catalina at the time, you see the amount of ocean that you can. But if that's the consensus of the council, we can steepen the driveway a little bit, lower the floors a little bit, and achieve that.
Okay, thanks, Morris.
Morris, before you go, you shifted it to the north, but as noted, the minimum setback on the north side is 5 feet. You've got it at 10, I think, 10 or 10 and a half. What about the ability to shift it further north and still meet the minimum side yard setback?
The further we move it, there's two elements that enter into it. The concern of the Jackson owner who attended the design review hearing, and I believe may have attended the May 13th hearing, was concerned about the proximity of the house, even when it was 18 feet from their house. So we assured them that at 10 feet, it would be safe. We wouldn't impact their retaining walls that they had trouble with in the past. And when you move it further north, the grade starts to drop off and the height increases. And I believe we're over the overall 30-foot height limit. The grade gets really steep at that point. So could we move it 1 foot or 2 feet? We could probably somehow squeeze that and go from 16 to 18. But to move it 5 more feet is a dramatic change and alters the entry to the house. It alters the path of travel from a parked vehicle to the front door. It's an aesthetic impact and a hardship for the project.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Morris? None? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Thank you, Morris.
Thank you.
Comments?
So I'd like staff to, again, to go over is if the additional conditions are were to be imposed, give us again the height above the curb. I know it increases as you go from south to north, but
Councilmember Whelan, is the slide before you what you were referring to, the comparison?
well, that visually is it. Yeah, I'm just,
Yeah.
and I'm asking, is it what at the south end? Give me those new elevations above the Coast
So the
Highway.
garage would be 162, and then the proposed elevation for the main residence would be 162.5, with the additional 1 foot reduction from what was proposed originally by the applicant this evening.
Councilmember, are you
I
asking
think
height above
yeah.
curb
Oh,
elevation?
1 foot.
So the yellow line represents the 1 foot reduction?
Correct.
So is it 1.37 on the south and 4.6 on the north? Am I reading those right?
It would be 1.37 feet on the south end at the garage portion of the structure. And with the additional 1 foot reduction, 3.6 feet on the north end.
Oh, okay. So these elevations here are what the applicant proposed, and then staffs would reduce it a foot further.
Yes, that is correct, council member. That additional 1 foot height reduction within the habitable portions of the structure is depicted by the yellow rectangle.
Which references the yellow line?
Yeah, just let me ask it again. At the south end with the 1 foot modification, what would be the height above the Coast Highway curb?
With staff's recommended condition, the garage height would match what the applicant is proposing, which is 1.37 feet above that adjacent curb height.
But then at the midpoint, it would change from, right now it's showing 3.5 at the center. And then that would drop to 2.5.
And that's because staff's recommendation is the more restrictive condition that leaves the garage roof height where it is and the house roof height down 1 foot. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, maintain the garage height as the applicant has proposed
Okay.
tonight, and then modify the main residence to drop an additional 1 foot.
Okay, so that's why we're not seeing a decrease in elevation on the south side, because we're looking at the garage roof height, not the house.
Yes.
Thank you.
And is the, the garage height, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about the driveway and, slope on the driveway and code compliance and a need for a variance if it goes down lower. Is this as low as it can go without a variance at this location, in staff's opinion?
It is at its steepest, it's at 14%. And I think the steepest could potentially be 15. No, it's 14, okay. So yeah, it is at its steepest slope currently, as proposed.
Okay. And then, I don't know, maybe this is a question either for staff or for the city attorney, but so policy 7M speaks to new development along Pacific Coast Highway. I mean, this site is being, there's existing development, but this site is being demolished and new buildings constructed. Is it staff's opinion that this is new development within the meaning of policy 7M?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Whalen. Yes, it is staff's position that this would be new development within the meaning of policy 7M of the open space and conservation element. Part of the discussion and presentation by staff did compare the Reyna property to this property to highlight that this property does preserve existing views where feasible and actually improves views by reducing the height of the structure, which I believe is at about 16 feet above curb level, to now a structure that graduates from about 1.37 feet to 3.7 feet with staff's recommendation. And then where topography allows, it actually should be terrace below grade. And so with the Reyna decision, the way that the Coastal Commission analyzed that provision was they backed into it. So they considered the steepest driveway grade and then lowered the height to that 211. And so similarly, staff reviewed this project and confirmed that the driveway slope was also at its steepest slope. And so reducing it further down would not be feasible and the topography wouldn't allow that. So city staff has reviewed that policy and believes that the revisions proposed by city staff through more restrictive conditions of approval result in a project that complies with that policy.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And I know as a practical matter, it is a benefit that the existing structures, coming down, and it is going to create greater views, not as proposed, not below curb height, but greater views. But I don't see any policy of ours, the public view, that speak to public views, that, reference that, that in other words, eliminating or improving an existing view. It doesn't really speak to that. It speaks to just requirements for preserving public views from, major highways like Pacific Coast Highway. So we can get to that later when we get into discussion, but I don't really understand the relevance in the resolution that goes on at, some length about that aspect, that taking down the existing structure, preserves existing views above a certain level, but we can talk about that when we get into the details of the resolution.
And by that, Bob, you mean because it's deemed a new project?
Yeah, I just don't see any of our policies to talk about, you get credit for,
No.
reducing the size of an existing structure. That's not how the policies are articulated that I can see. So.
Yeah, I could see a partial argument if it was a remodel, if the, building was being massaged a bit, a little bit off here, a little bit added there, but on a new project, I think it's a little bit harder to make the argument, but anyway.
And I think that that's generally consistent with the Coastal Act, that you wouldn't require a private property owner to make a public view better, for example. I think that's why, there is that carve out in the Coastal Act that, prevents the taking of private property, which is what the Reyna Coastal Commission case before the Coastal Commission focused on. But so I do think Councilmember Whalen's correct that the policies are more geared towards maintaining, the views where they exist. And so I think that is consistent. City staff has also prepared a revised resolution that incorporates the conditions of approval that have been recommended by staff. So maybe if it would assist the council and Councilmember Whalen's comments to identify where in the resolution he's discussing, we can pull that up to assist the council.
While that's happening, because I see it the same way that Bob does when you read policy 7M, which as I see it is really what this all comes down to. And it sounds like two commissioners made an appeal of a project, which is, Madam City Attorney, that there hasn't been a decision yet on that. So that's not really a precedent for us to look at. It's an appeal, right?
That's correct. I don't believe there's been a final determination.
So then the Reyna methodology is sort of the most recent methodology that we have in front of us to try to figure out how to assess how the Coastal Commission is going to look at the question of where feasible. And it sounds like there's different ways to look at that. Staff is saying that one of them is driveway, right, where and the driveway cannot be sloped further. Can you confirm that? And can you maybe bring up the excerpt from the Coastal Commission's decision on Reyna? So it seems like in this case, they directly tie what's the maximum? It's 14. That's what you said for the maximum allowable driveway slope requirement for the city.
Yes, that is correct.
And it's okay. That's where we're at. And then I guess it looks like they didn't really get into this, but like in theory, and I guess this speaks to sort of what staff, the recommendation is basically to decrease the height of the building by 1 foot.
Yes.
And so what's the methodology there in the context of where feasible?
Are you referring to policy 7M language?
I think it can assist so I think how city staff came up with the recommendation of 1 foot and how it was feasible is based on the plate heights.
Okay.
of the structures. And so the garage, city staff has concerns about reducing the plate heights of the garage because we have seen in the city that results in some issues with parking certain cars. And so city staff is not recommending reducing the plate heights for the garage.
So essentially just took, so I'm trying to write out each element here. So,
Yeah.
so the garage, based on city staff's testimony, the garage height could not be lower to accommodate the function of a garage.
Correct.
Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. And then in terms of the remaining floors, I think staff reviewed what those plate heights were. And then I think considered what would be reasonable and feasible for that project site and considered the reduction in 1 foot by 1 foot. So I think city staff can let you know what the heights of the plate heights are on those levels if
Yeah, that would be helpful. I'm just trying to understand the methodology because I think it's where feasible is that seems like the threshold question here. And so I'm trying to just work through the different elements at play.
And on the arena, maximum driveway slope, not considering any kind of a variance, it was just the 14.
I think that's correct. Yes.
Because it seems like from the Reyna project, what I interpret from it is like hypothetically, the Coastal Commission is not going to make you have a variance for something that violates the driveway. And I would probably apply that same logic that there's a minimum plate height that a house should have for it to be a livable structure.
That was staff's analysis.
Right.
as
And
well.
so then I guess the question is, what is that minimum? Because that's how I read the Coastal Commission's analysis, is that they're saying they're applying the where feasible based on city code requirements, which I think could make sense in the context of the garage height, the driveway, grade, and then now the question is the remaining plate heights. How do we come up with where feasible there?
Just real quick, I'm not sure in thinking about some of what Morris was talking about, I'm not really sure if they were to lower it a foot, if lowering the plate height would be the option that they chose.
Yeah, no, and I'm just trying to work through the understand the methodology here.
Okay. So in terms of just lowering the house?
I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to understand what is feasible.
Do you want to open the public hearing and talk to Morris?
Well, I want to first wait for staff to just
Okay.
provide the response about, and then we can hear from both the applicant and from the appellant.
Do you want to share the visual or no? Sure. So the plate height at the uppermost level has an 11-foot ceiling, and then the level below has a 10-foot. Sure. So if you see ceiling height here, there's 11 feet, 10 feet, and then 6 feet for the mechanical and pool equipment area.
And then did the 11 go down to 10 in the condition that staff's recommending?
Well, I think it would be up to the applicant, I guess, to determine if they wanted to
Yeah.
split the reduction maybe between the floors but
Oh, I see. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course, yeah.
But the applicant did mention that the finished floors did not change. I think in order for them to propose the initial 4-foot reduction of the home as part of their proposed height reduction, it was they did that through eliminating parapet walls.
Got it. Okay, maybe we can have do you understand the question I'm asking, Mark, or no?
Well,
About
let's
the plate
open
height.
public testimony and see if we can't flush it out a little bit. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, I think I'd like to hear from the applicant and appellant on the question of like, what does where feasible mean in the context
Okay.
of the plate height?
Well, let's start with the applicant. We'll open public testimony.
Or Skandarian, could you restate the question?
So I guess the question is like, what is where feasible means that it's not really a clear way. I'm trying to understand the methodology of why is it that it would not be feasible to go even lower. And I'm not suggesting that you do. I'm just saying, why is it hypothetical and from a methodological standpoint that the building couldn't go lower? Where do you draw the line of what is the basic, what is feasible?
Well, when you have a residence, I think our ceilings are 10 feet high.
Okay.
Because they're large rooms.
Yep.
Could they be 9'8"? Yeah, to achieve the one, we arbitrarily agreed to that we could find 1 foot somewhere.
Yeah.
And it would be lowering the garage floor 3 inches, thinning out the roof joist 3 inches, cleaning out the floor joist 3 inches, and in the structure, that maybe we don't need 16 inches for floor structure, maybe we could get by with 14. So if the direction was lower at 1 foot, I think we could figure out how to do it and still make the house livable in terms of its scale.
Okay.
But to lower it any more than that, then I think we're in a redesign.
Then it's okay. I see.
And
what
a
you're
steeper
saying.
driveway.
And a steeper. Okay.
Yeah,
So, but that's helpful.
okay,
Thank you.
welcome.
Well, just to follow up on that, if I don't quite understand Morris's last comment, if the garage were left, because the garage is, we're told by staff at the kind of the minimum height it can be without a driveway variance. But why can't the structure be lower? Leave the garage where it is. Why is it not feasible to put the structure lower?
I think that's what we're talking about, is that the garage would stay where it is with an 8-foot ceiling, which is the minimum.
Mm-hmm.
And the house would be a 10-foot ceiling, but we would lower the floor of the garage a few inches. We don't want to come from the garage into the house and go downstairs. We want that all level for the sake of the client. That's part of his criteria for the scope of work. So the structure of the house is where I'm talking about thinning it out so that we could achieve that 1 foot and leave the garage the way it is. Does that answer your question, Bob?
And maybe, I mean, I guess what you're saying is you want to keep you don't want to have stairs going from a stair or stairs going from the garage to the structure. I mean, I think the answer in the abstract, right? Anything's possible. The building could go down more than a foot. But I guess what you're saying is there are implications to that. I don't know if there are others, but
Well, keep in mind, we're coming down 4 feet already. I mean, the proposal was to cut it 4 feet, and we worked very hard to do that. And it wasn't easy. We had to compromise and sacrifice the aesthetics of the house. The house had an undulating roof levels that gave it interest when viewing from above. And now it's completely just pretty much one flat level all the way across.
Yeah, I understand that, Morris. And I think, you guys did move it down quite a bit. But what Councilmember Renagi has brought up, and I think it's the right thing, is you're trying to create a record which establishes that it's not feasible to go further down below Coast Highway, because policy 7M says where feasible, new development shall be terraced below the grade of Pacific Coast Highway. We're not there yet with this proposal, even with staff's 1 foot reduction. So I think we're trying to understand, okay, why is it not feasible?
Well, it's where topography permits also. Can you physically lower the house? Yeah, you can excavate, you can drop it 3 or 4 more feet, and then you really have floor levels that wouldn't be livable for our client.
I think from my perspective as well, we haven't talked about the bluff top setbacks, right? So feasible to me means, the site is already constrained by those setbacks. So I think we need to take that into consideration as well when we try and figure out what feasible means.
Yeah, and we can't push the house further down the hill. One of our benefits here, if you see the handout that I gave you, our house is 215 feet from the sand. All the other houses are 80, 90, 120. We are the most landward house in both directions. So if that sits with any of you, thank you.
One more question more. So are you saying that it could not go another foot? Forget the other foot. So let's just assume you found 1 foot that you could find through the structure. Are you saying that there's not a foot that could be had lowering the grade of the house into the grade?
If I lower the house further,
Into the grade.
I'll have a steeper driveway. If I have to leave my garage at the 14%, and then I lower the house, I have to come from the garage into the house and step down.
Right.
To get into the house.
Right.
Is that feasible? Physically, that's feasible. Is it practical? Not if we can avoid it.
Any other questions? Okay. Brian?
Thank you.
Point out that the driveway.
We need you to go to the mic though. Sorry.
Yeah, Bob can't hear you.
Okay, sorry, Bob. The driveway located on the other side provided the safe entrance and exit for both those south lots of there. By flipping it to the other side, you're adding retaining walls and variances to the whole project. So a variance for the driveway would be lesser of evils if you came from the longer dimension from the far side. You're never going to get all the variances to build on a slope. Coastal Commission's making 32007 remove all their staircases down to the ocean. So this demands a redesign because it doesn't. You're limited by a design that they came up with it, and they're not willing to change it. But it is possible to go lower. 11 homes did it in the area when the Coastal Commission wasn't in effect, but it was in the county days. So why wouldn't you send it back and correct it instead of just living with a plate height or a 1 foot for the sake of saving this design? What hasn't been taken into consideration is the Coastal Commission is saying that even the Marshall Innes project, 3 doors to the south, is not palatable, and it takes away the entire view.
Yeah. So I understand that. So did you have a question,
Yeah.
Brian?
So the one you just referenced, that's the one, the appeal, right? That's not the decision.
The
Okay.
appeal,
Yeah.
they've said it, the
Two of them.
geologist has the same bluff
For the
top
bluff.
for both
Yeah.
projects.
No, total. I
One's
get
150, one's 147.
I get that about the bluff, but then on the question of from the RENA appeal, I don't know that the Coastal Commission is saying that if it was true that you could go to 0, right? Follow policy 7M and have it go to 0.
Yeah.
They're not saying that you could have a variance. They use the constraint of the city's driveway as the basis there.
But what's a better variance, to have a driveway at 15% or to have the scenic highways being compromised?
I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying based on what the Coastal Commission found is they use that as their basis for the feasibility question.
Yeah, but
right.
The feasibility question they had on 2'11" would be a very big coincidence to say it was just for the driveway gradient, because the topography was exactly 2'11" and the retaining wall that's on the RENA site was 2'11".
No, I hear what you're saying. I'm talking about the variance question.
So I think it's just unwillingness to address the property and protect the views that are required by all the different land policies of the city, and especially M, which says nothing can be above the sidewalk. And shop off was already set. Now they're only talking about RENA. RENA is just the latest, but the one that's approved, that's went through all the DR, went through all the.
Let's stay to the specifics of the plans right now. We understand that. Anthony, I have a question. Did the RENA project end up being at the street height, the curb height? I can't remember what.
The Coastal Commission approval limited the building height above curb to 2 feet 11 inches above that adjacent curb height.
That's okay. Across the whole site.
That was the maximum allowed building height. Now, I believe based on the architect's design for that project, there was some height variation. And so there are portions of that building that are set below that maximum 2 feet 11 inches.
Okay, great. Thank you.
What was the view corridor, 16 feet on the north side, was it, or?
Yes, it was 16 feet on the north.
Okay.
So Hallie, can you speak to what you were, because it seems like this bluff edge issue is going to ultimately, like, the coastal commission could have a different outcome than where the city lands on this, and that affects all of this. Is that what you were alluding to earlier?
No, I think that staff has done a really good job of analyzing as best they can Coastal Commission's methodology in measuring bluff top setbacks. I think it's a pretty difficult science, so to speak. And I think staff is doing the best they can to comply with what we can anticipate Coastal Commission might say, particularly with the string line measurement. So my point in bringing up the bluff top setback was that is a huge constraint on the site. So when we talk about what is feasible, I don't think you can consider moving the house without considering the constraints of the bluff top setback.
I hear what you're saying.
And personally, I would much rather the house be closer to the street and further away from the bluff top setback.
Yeah.
I think that's a better choice environmentally and for the community.
So where are you then with the height?
I've spent a fair amount of time on that property, and I think with the additional 1 foot lowering of the house by an additional 1 foot, I think we achieve a pretty good preservation of views. And I think we limit the degree of variances in terms of keeping the driveway where it needs to be. And I think we stay a healthy distance back from the bluff. So I'm comfortable with that additional 1 foot.
Would you mind bringing that slide back up, showing the yellow line with the one, illustrating the 1 foot reduction? Thank you. What are your thoughts, Councilmember Whalen, on the 1 foot?
Well, I think a couple things. One is the, first of all, to Mayor Pro Tem Jones's point, how far back from the bluff top? You got to be 25 feet back minimum, right? How far back is the proposed structure?
I believe that while staff pulls that slide up, I believe that you ran an analysis of that string line distance as well. It would be helpful to see both of those things. And I think in part that's because Coastal Commission, I think, will appreciate the fact that we are being conservative with that. So this is an illustration of the bluff top setback as measured or defined by city staff or city consultants. And how does that relate? This is our best guess in terms of what we think Coastal Commission will ask for. Do I have that right?
This is the city's peer-reviewed bluff edge determination. Based on where that bluff edge is plotted on the site plan, at its closest point, the proposed residence is set back an additional 15 feet 8 inches beyond the 25-foot setback that's minimally required.
And can you talk at all about the string line measurement? Are you able to illustrate that at all with this graphic?
I believe if you give us a moment, we can pull up another plan that does depict the building and deck string lines.
Thank you. My goal here is to be relatively in line with what I think coastal staff would say.
So shaded in gray is the footprint of the proposed single-family residence. This is before the shift in the building footprint, 3 feet to the north, excuse me. And if I zoom in here, you can see that 25-foot bluff top setback. To the left here is the bluff edge itself. And if I zoom out a little bit, you'll see these 2 dashed lines that run almost parallel to Coast Highway here. To the left of the bluff edge. The one closest to the street is the building string line. Oceanward of that is the deck string line. And you can see here, if I zoom out, both of those lines are oceanward of the bluff edge.
Thank you. That's really helpful, Anthony.
If we have to wait to see if I open up public testimony again.
So I guess my observation would be, and I don't know, you never know how, a comment translates into feasibility, but if you're 15 feet already behind the bluff top setback, could you achieve another, the council's saying, or just staff is saying 1 foot, could you achieve another foot by just lowering the house down a little bit?
Closer to the bluff.
Yeah, a foot closer to or whatever, a foot closer to the bluff, yeah.
Okay, I'll open public testimony and we can ask the Morris.
I think the setback is in the neighborhood of 35 feet, already 10 feet. It varies, as Anthony showed. If we push the house further toward the ocean, it drops. And if it drops, my driveway gets steeper. I have stairs from the garage into the house. So all the floors have to drop. So I don't think there's any benefit. Plus, we start to encroach closer to the bluff top. I'd prefer to be not at 25 feet, but it's significantly enough far away so that if there is a question of coastal, we erred on the side of being conservative.
Any other questions from Morris? Did you have any other questions, Bob?
No, not of Morris. No, thank you.
Okay, Brian. Yeah.
Just like to clarify that this project has been through the through the Coastal Commission before with Dimitri. They established this bluff top setback and they refused the city's setback that was established that they're using. They refused it. Philip Johnson, the Geologist Coastal Commission, has established on that photo I showed you here that the top of this slope is the bluff top, not way down here. Now, if you have an offset building, if you leave the 30-foot alone, I think you could do an offset bluff top setback. But if you touch this 30 feet right here, you're into the natural slope and you're defeating what Philip Johnson of the Coastal Commission went all the way through and went through the old.
I appreciate that, but I can't weigh this
There's
past.
been a determination that the city one that's on these plans is incorrect.
Okay. Okay, we'll close public testimony again. Alex, do you have a comment?
I mean, I think this is a tough issue because we're basically forced to grapple with the question of what is the Coastal Commission? How are they going to assess what feasible means? I think there's a clear precedent with the Rayner property about that they're not going to created an expectation that you need a variance for a driveway. That's the clear outcome. Then the question I think becomes, okay, well, what is a feasible building height that makes sense? I think the staff's analysis on the garage, that makes a lot of sense. So then I don't, and then you could make one argument, which I don't think would be the Coastal Commission's argument, would be, okay, well, you look at the building code and what the minimum required height there is. I don't think that's a workable standard because you can't expect people who are buying, a house that's ocean frontage have like the minimum look at it from that livability standpoint of what the building code requires. So I don't know where you draw the line. I think the only group that knows would be the Coastal Commission. And so I feel I'm at the point where it's hard for me to be able to understand how they would assess that question with respect to building heights. That's where I am. I want to hear where my colleagues are.
I don't think we can ever know for certain, but I think we can make the best determination that we can and use our own best judgment and be protective of our coastal resources. And in my opinion, with that additional foot, we're doing that.
Okay. I think that makes sense. And then if we're wrong, then the Coastal Commission will weigh in. But I don't know what more we could have done to look at the RENA precedent.
And I wouldn't say wrong. That's not the word that I would use. If the Coastal Commission has a different opinion, which sometimes they do, then
Yeah, but what we're doing right now is we're trying to act as if apply what they would do.
Absolutely.
So we could be wrong in that sense, but we there's no way that we can know that based on the evidence in front of us and the precedent in front of us. Because again, Brian makes a good point about this other appeal, but that's an appeal. It hasn't been decided yet.
right. And I think we're doing the best we can to be protective of our coastal resources.
Yeah.
Did you have any other comments, Bob?
Well, I think, more, again, it's hard to make some of these decisions, but I think, Morris said you could possibly shift it another 2 feet to the north. Why not do that and preserve more of that southern view that currently exists? But I think, lowering it a foot is kind of the minimum.
My concern, Bob, and maybe I'm not understanding this correctly, but my concern, if we do require that the building move further to the north, because of the topography of this site, because of the steepness of the slope at that point, the building at that corner is actually going to need to be higher above Pacific Coast Highway and potentially then could be more impactful.
Yeah, well, we don't want that. But
Because if you look at the driveway that's there now, it's a 20% slope. I mean, it's not even usable. You can't even drive a car into the garage. So I don't know how much steeper it would have, what kind of variance you'd have to get or how much steeper it would have to be. But it doesn't seem very workable. I mean.
Existing is 50%.
Yeah, I don't think that the moving the building over to the north would achieve enough, is my personal opinion. I think if we lowered it at least a foot, that would, can we go back to that last visual one more time, just so we can stare at it as we make our final decision here? So I do think that if we go any further bluff forward, that the Coastal Commission probably will have more of an argument to, and as Morris said, he's trying to be conservative, err on the side of caution, and I agree with that. So I don't really think that that's an option. I do agree with Hallie. I think that we're making our best effort to preserve a coastal resource. And I think that Alex is right, that the RENA, they took the slope of the driveway, and that's what helped determine their ultimate height. So that's been considered here at 14. And they, I think that lowering it the foot and considering the height of the slope of the driveway makes sense to me. And then if the coastal has a different opinion, I guess we'll find out. I like your analogy there. It's not that we're wrong, it's just a different opinion. I'm going to go home and tell Dora that.
I believe that very strongly. I think that, we're doing our best to protect coastal resources. We care about our coastal resources. We are on the same side as the Coastal Commission in terms of our mission. And I think we're doing the best we can.
Great. Well, then would you like to make a motion?
Well, before we do that, because we spent all of last hearing talking about this public view issue, and we spent virtually all of tonight about it. The other thing that this approval did is grant variances on the bluff top, right? And it's, I guess, in part to renovate, existing structures, but in part to add new improvements to the bluff top all the way down to the beach. And, in our resolution anyway, there's really the only reference, there's none of the typical language dealing with the findings for a variance. There's references that it's because it involves public safety, which I'm very supportive of. It's, there's elements of our general plan that allow bluff development for public safety. But we haven't had staff speak at all to, the improvements that are on the bluff top, we've all the way down to the beach. And what's the rationale that supports an approval for all of that?
Staff, can you speak to that? Sorry.
I mean, currently, the only discussion really of the variances on page 26 of the staff report, page 17 of the resolution says it's consistent with general plan policies that allow bluff development for public safety purposes. But approve requested variances for funicular stairs, related improvements, finding them consistent with site constraints, surrounding development patterns, and applicable findings. And then the board also determined public features, public safety benefit, enhanced emergency access, incorporated project-specific conditions of approval. So I guess there's really two parts of it, right? There's the public safety improvements, which I guess can be supported consistent with general plan policies, although I'm not quite sure how that ties to a variance. And then apparently there were other variances granted for existing improvements. So I'd just like to understand the rationale for all of it and make sure that staff is comfortable that those variances are supportable.
Thanks, Bob. I think staff are getting prepared to address that issue.
Thank you for that question, Council Member. The variance findings adopted by the Design Review Board addressed numerous points to support the conclusion that the variance findings can be met for the encroachments into the bluff top setback and onto the bluff face. Councilmember Whalen mentioned a key point, which is the public safety purpose of those encroachments. The funicular would be reconstructed and would be usable by Marine Safety Department staff in emergency situations. Access to and from Thousand Steps Beach is quite constrained due to the topography within this area. The variance findings point to comparisons between this site and existing encroachments on surrounding sites, also overlooking Thousand Steps Beach. The variance findings point to statistics from our Marine Safety Department to justify the necessity for enhancing emergency response times at this particular beach due to those site constraints. There is a general plan policy that generally prohibits encroachments onto the bluff face, but there is an exception for public safety improvements, and so that is cited as well.
So thank you for that, Anthony. Are all the improvements that being located on the bluff face and beyond the bluff top setback for public safety improvements, or are there other improvements?
It would be for the funicular bluff face improvements. The Design Review Board staff report provided analysis and recommended that the board not approve the variance for maintaining obsolete structures within the bluff because it would conflict with land use element action 7.3.8, which requires the identification and removal of unpermitted and obsolete encroachments into oceanfront bluffs. So the variance was for the funicular as well as the front setback wall height variances.
So the funicular is a clear public safety purpose and fits the general plan.
Yeah, it qualifies as a public safety related improvement that's consistent with land use element action 7.3.5.
But thank you, Wendy. But what about the wall? Then the variance for the walls? What?
The project proposed various walls and like a vehicular gate for the driveway that exceeded the height of fence and wall heights within the front yard setback.
Okay, so the bluff, am I understanding correctly, the bluff face improvements, the variance there was exclusively for improvements related to the public safety aspects of the funicular. And
yes, that is correct.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I just add one little piece of context, which is understanding the sensitivity of developing on the bluff. We reached out to coastal staff well before we went to the design review. We actually had our marine safety Kai Bond on the call with us as well. And they were the ones who encouraged us putting metrics on response times, et cetera, into the variance findings. And while coastal never comes out and tells you definitively one way or the other, they thought we were going down the right path in pursuing this as a public safety improvement.
I so appreciate you guys being proactive and working with coastal staff on this stuff well ahead of time. So thank you for doing that. I think it's a huge shift in the way the city works with Coastal Commission. I think it's so much better for all of us. So thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Whalen?
No.
So you're satisfied with all of the explanations regarding the variances?
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understand the one for the walls in the front yard setback. I mean, what supports that variance? Why is that?
Do you have anything, Wendy, to better show that?
I believe, and Wendy can correct any misstatement, there was a comparison to existing walls and fences on surrounding properties. This is a highly trafficked pedestrian corridor due to that public beach access point at Thousand Steps Beach. And this was an observed condition on surrounding properties.
So it's to enjoy a use that is enjoyed by other surrounding properties as part of the rationale, right? Which is a variance finding you have to make. Okay.
Yeah, as part of the analysis for finding number 2, it indicates as for the wall and the gate, other properties along Coast Highway with comparable frontage conditions have been granted a relief to construct walls and gates exceeding the standard height limits in order to address privacy, security, and noise concerns associated with adjacency to a major arterial roadway. The requested wall height variance is therefore consistent with the development privileges that are enjoyed by other properties under like conditions.
It might also be worth pointing out that with the staff recommended conditions of approval that would require reduced heights, not just for the building, but for any improvements in front of or behind the structure. Some of these fence and wall heights would be further reduced, and that would reduce the extent of the variance.
Okay. Nothing else?
What do you think, Mayor?
Uh,
I mean, I'm interested in. I'm always interested.
The mayor, I ask all the question. I think we're headed in the right direction. I think Bob made a good point. We kind of neglected to talk about the variances. I think we vetted that out. We talked, as I said before, I think Alex's summary of the driveway slope percentage is what determined the rain height reduction. That makes a lot of sense. I think Hallie's comment about the encroaching on the bluff any further, and Morris also talking about, error on the side of caution, being conservative makes sense. Pulling back off that bluff top setback as far as possible makes sense. So I'm concerned about, I am concerned about a variance. If a variance was granted on the driveway, that it does get to the point where it starts to get a little dangerous because you just can't see oncoming traffic. And I do think that we've made a significant effort in the coastal resource. So does that satisfy you as far as my opinion? Did you have any other comments, Alex? We were kind of waiting for you. No, nothing to be sorry for. We were just waiting to see if you had any other comments.
I don't have any other comments.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, it looks like it's up to you and me.
I'm ready to make a motion, and my motion would be that we deny the appeal and we approve the project with the additional lowering of the main structure roof line by 1 additional foot.
And if I may, just interrupt quickly, city staff has prepared a revised resolution that reflects that motion. And so if it might assist the council, I think that they're prepared to show it on the screen to avoid having to bring a resolution back to city council on a future date.
I appreciate that. Does that language reflect Councilmember Whalen's point that we really shouldn't be taking into consideration the fact that one structure is coming down? I think the initial resolution talked about the fact that the view corridor would be improved by the removal of this structure. And Councilmember Whalen, I don't mean to speak for you, but it was my understanding that you had concerns about including that specific language in the resolution.
I guess when we go, ideally, if we didn't have such a long break, I think there's a lot of language in the existing resolution that is surplus and really not on point to our policies. Maybe ultimately it's not harmful to keep it in, but I just don't think it's supportive of the findings that we're supposed to be making. And I think just before the motion gets finalized, I thought when staff made the initial presentation here, there was the 1 foot height reduction, but weren't there a couple other recommended changes or conditions?
There were, staff has a slide in their PowerPoint that they can pull up for that.
It's in the revised.
Council member, we could go ahead and share the red line changes to the resolution, which do include those 3 conditions of approval. So we'll be sure to point those out as we walk the council through the red line changes to the resolution.
There's a way to jump through, but okay. So as far as the red line revisions go, throughout the resolution, we would update the elevation from 163.5 to 162.5. Now, I just want to make sure that the council, was it the intent to go with the staff proposed recommendation or to request an additional foot, so 2 feet?
The staff proposed recommendation. Thanks, Wendy.
And then throughout the resolution, there are sections that reference the height above the curb along Coast Highway. It does indicate, forgetting where it was. There's another section of 162.5. Here we redlined and removed the mention of the pedestrian entry feature, which is eliminated. And we will delete it here as well. And then we noted that it would be located at a minimum of 10 feet from the back of the sidewalk, given that the applicant has indicated that they would be making modifications to the motor court and the slope and dropping that fence even lower inland into the property. And then we modified here that the proposed wall and fence height is limited in accordance with the conditions of approval. Here we modified the heights to reflect that the proposed roof line is approximately 3.6 feet above the curb. I don't know why the screen went black. Oh, okay. Above the curb and approximately 13 feet less than the existing home that will be demolished and the 15-foot height limit above the curb. Should probably say respectively. Actually, no, we separated out. And then we added this section that approximately 41.5 feet of the structure is at or below 2 feet 11 inches, which is similar to Reina, above the curb, and approximately 30.5 feet of the structure is above 2 feet 11 inches above the curb. The existing structure on the property, which will be demolished, is currently approximately 29 feet of structure at approximately 16 feet above the curb. As such, the revised project is consistent with the Open Space and Conservation Element Policy 7M, which requires preserving existing views when feasible and terrace below the grade of Coast Highway where topography allows, since the driveway slope is at the steepest allowable slope of 14%. I don't know if we need to indicate that. Okay. And then similarly, this is the same text as well. We also updated the heights here so that as viewed from Coast Highway, the highest roof line is approximately 11.4 feet below the allowable height limit of the curb, above the curb, which is 15 feet. Again, here we modified saying that the highest roof line is approximately 3.6 feet above the curb, ensuring a low profile character. And then here, as conditioned by the City Council, the proposed 2-story structure purposely reduces the upper level massing as viewed from Coast Highway by limiting the roof height to approximately 11.4 feet and 13 feet below the maximum 15-foot height limit that's measured above the curb and the existing home to be removed respectively. And then this is the same language that I previously read.
Wendy, does that language reflect the 1 foot drop that was in staff's recommendation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I think it repeats itself throughout the same language. Yep, it's the same, where there's the references to the 11.4 and 13 feet differences, and then the same language regarding OSC policy 7M. Similarly, in this section of the resolution, here it reads a bit. So here it says, as conditioned, the proposed two-story structure purposely reduces the upper level massing as viewed from Coast Highway by limiting the roof to approximately 11.4 and 13 feet below the maximum 15. This is more of the same. Similar here. And then as we get further down, we have the conditions, the more restrictive conditions. These are the variance findings, consistent with the design review board findings. We updated 3.6 here. And then here's the section where we indicate the more restrictive conditions. So A is with regard to what was proposed within the staff report to address the setback modifications, and that would be relocating the residence north to provide a 16-foot south side yard setback and a 10-foot 3-inch north side yard setback. And this would result in a combined setback of 26 feet 3 inches. The second condition of approval would be to reduce the maximum roof elevation of the garage to no higher than elevation 162, which is what the applicant proposed. The third condition would be that the maximum roof height elevation of the main residence shall be reduced by 1 foot to an elevation of 162.5 feet. And then the fourth condition is to preserve the views over and across the structure, that no improvement as defined in the section 25.08.018 of the municipal code shall project above the building envelope established by these maximum roof elevations, whether located in front of or behind the residence. Additionally, within the view corridor between the south side property line and the south corner of the garage, no improvement shall exceed 16 inches above curb height, including ground cover or other at-grade landscaping. And this last one is consistent with what was in the staff report, that the plans would be subject to review and approval by the Director of Community Development, and shall determine that the revised plans are in full conformance with the City Council's approval and remain consistent with all applicable provisions of the code and conditions of approval, and that any revisions beyond the scope of this condition shall require the review through the applicable approval process. And that is all of the red lines.
Why would you just be 8? Why would it be the whole site? 16 inches above.
Public testimony is not open right now. So where are you at with the resolution?
I'm comfortable with those conditions, and I'm Bob, are you comfortable with the red lines as outlined?
Well, the red lines is inserted are okay, but if you go through the resolution, and I'm sorry to do this to everybody, but I think in particular, section beginning on page 12 of the staff report, page 3 of the resolution, public view protection precedent and consistency with prior approvals. I think this whole section needs to be redone. It talks on the top of page 13 about the City Council finds the board approval could be found generally consistent with these policies. The council further finds, additional modifications are appropriate to better implement. And then it goes on to discuss, quotes from, like at the top of, I'm on to page 14. There's views remain available from multiple locations along the corridor. Board member Gannon says, as public views goes, this isn't an important one. And the member Covini states, it's really not an important public view. There is no public view from this location. That's not consistent with what we're determining or finding here. Then you go to the next page, 15, towards the bottom of the page. The project with more restrictive conditions does not eliminate a designated or formally recognized public view corridor as none exists at this location, nor would it obstruct a notably prominent view of the coastline. And it just goes on. And then on page 16, there's this reference to transitory views, this San Diego case, which I think is not relevant at all given our LCP. So, I mean, I could go on, but I just think this whole section on public view needs to be redone and tightened up.
So from a process perspective, rather than us sitting here going through this word by word tonight, Madam City Attorney, what would be your recommendation?
Mayor Pro Tem, in light of Councilmember Whalen's comments, I think I'd recommend that because I agree, I think rewriting it on the dais to the extent of those comments, I think we realistically can't do that from the dais. So I would recommend that you make a motion to, I think that was along the lines you were going, which was to direct staff to prepare a resolution to deny the appeal with the more restrictive conditions that we just went over, and further with direction to staff to revise that entire section 2 in light of Councilmember Whalen's comments. We would then bring that back on the consent calendar on the September 22nd meeting. It would not be a public hearing. It's just for adoption of that resolution. New evidence can't come in for consideration of the City Council at that point. So it is just for the purpose of consideration of the resolution.
Do you have clarity on Councilmember Whalen's concerns with the resolution?
I understand what he's saying. I certainly think we can address those.
That sounds good to me because, trying to figure out red lines and going through this on the fly is when you can't see the whole thing.
It's too hard to do.
It's just way too hard to do.
Okay, so I think we're all in agreement with that. So that's the motion.
Do you need me to repeat that?
Yeah. Actually, I think we have like a half pending motion. So I think if you could amend your prior motion and if you need help restating it, I'm happy to help you.
Okay, I will amend my prior motion to deny the appeal and direct staff to work on the resolution to incorporate Councilmember Whalen's comments as well as the 4 more restrictive conditions of approval as outlined by staff.
And direct staff to return at the September 22nd meeting with the resolution for adoption to deny the appeal, reflecting those changes.
And direct staff to return at the September 22nd meeting with a revised resolution.
Perfect.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Kim?
Yes.
Councilmember Ranagi?
Yes.
Councilmember Whalen?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Yes.
Mayor Orgill?
Yes. Okay, that's that. Any council member items this evening?
Before you get to council member items, you need to see if there's public comment remotely for non-agenda items.
Oh, that's right. Are there any public comments for non-agenda items?
Yes, I do have a hand raised, so Ruben, you may go ahead and speak.
Good evening, council members. Ruben Flores. Thank you for doing all that you do tonight. I hope those new candidates that are thinking of being a council member are listening and understanding. Just a few things to go over real quick. As driving from the fire station up 3rd Street, there's 6 street lights that are out in the old vintage street lamps that need to be addressed. So please get those lights on. And then when driving down Glen Eyrie from Park to Bluebird as I go to my home, I realized why you can't see people. The glare from the street lights is quite bright and you can't see what's going on. There's no baffles, there's no shields. We don't want to see into the light. We want to see what the light is doing to the street and the people below. So if we can get those two things fixed, that would probably be very great for our town.
Hey, Ruben, can you repeat where those are, the last ones you just described?
From Park to Bluebird on Glen Eyrie. You can't see somebody crossing on Oak because the light is so bright. So it's good that it's bright because we need to see, but not when that light is in your eyes.
Got it.
And I think that that could be a very great thing to have happen. Speaking
Okay.
of lights, I know that there's an ordinance that says that we can't have neon, but there's a new light that's not neon that I don't know that the city has addressed, and it's popping up in all of the stores. And so it's strip lighting, but it's not neon, so they're getting around the code. And I would like to see us get back to a non-strip light, neon light city. Dave, I want to say that I too like that sculpture in the promenade. I think it's a right size, it's the right height. If it's bronze, it's the right material. It's a shame that it didn't go through some process, but I do understand that it's a very appropriate piece for the promenade. So I wanted to throw that out there. Question on the bagged meters. We have red bagged meters all over town. If that's a permanent solution to fulfilling what the city or the state wants us to do, can we take those meters away? And if we can take those meters away, are those potential locations for new trees? Because that would be great if we could get some new trees into our town. I don't know where this whole design process, I mean, the staff just went over 100 and some pages on this, and yet we ended up with a Truly store in South Lagoon, like a prison. It's interesting that when things happen in our town and they happened before we were alive, we say, well, we weren't here. But these things are happening in our town while we're here. So it'd be great if we could get into some of that. And I'm going to bring it up one more time, but the pine at the Festival of the Arts, I'd like to hear a report on what's being done to try and save that pine. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No other hands are raised.
Okay, then we will close public comments. And I'll ask if there are any council member items.
We need to get a policy for the promenade, because we have a lot of people wanting to rent the promenade, so we need to have some rules.
I have had a little communication with Dave regarding that. Do you want to weigh in, Mr.?
Sorry, Megan and I were talking about something else. Can you restate the question,
Do
please?
you want to share that with the rest of the class?
Yeah.
We were passing notes. No, do not seize the notes.
I was just asking Dave that I had a number of conversations with people who are intending to rent the promenade, and I think we should have some rules around it.
Definitely.
And
Yeah.
I think we should probably check with Alexis to make sure that permission isn't being granted for the use of the promenade without.
Right.
Well, I think that's already happened.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
I'll check it. I'll check in and try
Trying
to
to
put a box
screw up
around
anybody's
it.
plans or anything, but I just think we need to do that because there's going to be rules down there with the ABC. There's a lot of rules that
Well,
need to be followed.
just beyond that, policies, who cleans
Yeah.
up, who's responsible,
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
damage.
Well, we're going to come back with the CUP provisions for the restaurants that are using the public
Right.
space.
Right, so
I
there's
think we
work to
plan
do.
to do that on the 22nd, so that'll be an exciting, fun meeting. But I'm happy to work with Councilmember Kempf and Mayor Orgo on working on that as we bring that
Okay.
forward.
And in the meantime, we can talk to Alexis to let her know.
Yes.
Is there any other council request? Councilmember Whalen, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
I thought you signed off for a moment.
No, I wouldn't leave until the bitter end.
Okay. All right, then meeting adjourned and you have a good time up there.
Okay, have fun, Bob.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good night.
Thanks.